How's that? Can you hear me at all? Hello, hello. Already having some issues. Things just, look at that. Look at that. Good to go? Awesome. How are you guys doing? This stuff is freaking terrifying. Every time you think that you got it, they don't got it.
It's a few football fields long of fire retardant of a line that can become a fire line that fire crews can work with and really hope to slow down this fire. Once again, that is creeping down Mandeville Canyon, down the western slope of Mandeville Canyon towards the road down there at the bottom of the canyon. You can see another flare up there. That's on the west side of the canyon where there's a lot of brush. There's a lot of brush that hasn't burned in many, many years. So you're going to see these flare-ups as the fire kind of gets embedded in and around that brush. But hopefully with these water drops, with these fire retardant drops, you'll see fire crews really and hope.
I was watching this morning, everything that's going on. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to hold off because they've got to get some rest. It's got to back down. And I thought, well, I'll wait and maybe we can get together and talk about something positive. Hey, Trace. Oh, this is just unreal. This is just unreal. No, they can't control it. They should build some kind of barriers, banners. There's a few different ways that they can be controlling this, and it's not happening. So hopefully we see an improvement today and tomorrow before those frickin' winds come back. Is there supposed to be zesty windy again next week? Oh, Lord.
Around that hillside, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see something on this pass because I keep kind of teasing what we're going to see because it is just an awesome site, and if they can utilize all of these resources and really get this line of fire retardant right where they need it, that can be exactly what fire crews need. As we said, as the fire creeps downhill, it's slowly going downhill, and that is
a problem.
That is a very important thing to see. You see the lead plane dropping a little bit of smoke there. The DC-10 pilot is following that smoke, and there you see the fire retardant drop starting.
I mean, that stuff works.
And he's going to continue. He's going to keep going. As we said, that can drop a line of fire retardant a number of football fields long. And wasn't that just amazing? Right there in the canyon, right there, probably on top of some of those homes, but that will serve as an extra layer of protection on the hillside here in Mandeville Canyon. 12,000 gallons of fire retardant that DC-10 can hold. Mark Marion.
As amazing as that is,
they are finally dipping out of the ocean. I could not believe that. Oh, they can't get the water and you're sitting in front of a frickin' ocean. Like you're on the ocean. So now the military and what have you, they are using the water. I mean, the reserves don't matter. They've got an ocean.
Long, but I think we're going to see probably one more trip from that DC-10.
Because you want the line to be more, concrete.
Yeah.
You do definitely. I think that that line that we saw was maybe kind of in the very bottom of Mandeville Canyon. It must have almost been right on top of the homes because I don't really see it too much on the ridge. You see that pink outline. I think that was from an earlier drop, and I think right there in the center of the screen, that's the Phosgene that we just saw dropped there. Pretty much right on Mandeville Canyon, which is helpful. That will help prevent, if any embers come down into the canyon, that will serve as something that will.
How do you think it's going to work with the insurance agencies that are already backing out? It's like, what? That same here. Yep, Pam, right? Yeah. Keza, what do you think? What's your opinion?
Pattern, so to speak, of going from north to south. So the fact that it's going from south to north right now, I'm not sure what it's going to do, but at some point they will need to reload, and they will have to go to either Oxnard or Foxfield in Palmdale.
Now that's
where
good.
they have
White
crews with
smoke is
equipment
much
that
better.
can refill this aircraft in pretty quick order. We did see the DC-10
We're
here
getting
earlier, and then it left for about 30 minutes, and then it came back. But on this very flight, we saw the DC-10 on this very flight.
Check
We've
that
been up
out.
here in Air 10 for the Air 7, excuse me, for the better
I've
part of the
watched
last
this
hour and a half here. We've seen the DC-10 make a
so
couple
many
drops, and
times,
then it
just
left
not
for a
to
little
this
bit,
extreme.
and then we just saw it come back. So I think I see it flying away, passing over Tarzana and Woodland
Tracy.
Hills. So I'm not sure if it's going to come back and do another drop while we're up on this flight. It's probably on its way back to get refueled there, as Marcel keeps the camera focused on this Ventura County Firehawk here, probably about to make another water drop as the fire continues to creep down the western hillside of Vanderbilt Canyon Road.
Yeah, Gabe, that retardant can really make a huge difference in this firefight. I was wondering if you could push back into that home that was currently burning. I know earlier we were seeing huge.
So they usually have 3 people in the planes. They have got the pilot, they have a spotter, and then in the back, they've got a guy that releases the retardant or the water. So there's 3. The pilot has to hear from the ground, basically, and they will direct the guy that's given the directions, pass that on to the pilot, and as soon as they're over the spot, someone boom, just like that. Just like that. So typically there's 3 guys. It's a big job. And then they have to worry. They have to even themselves out when they take on a load. The planes can't be, probably shouldn't even be half filled due to slushing. But they fill up these things, they drop it, and then all of a sudden, the weight of that plane helicopter has changed. So they have to adjust that very, very fast or they're in trouble. So these guys are pros. These guys are pros. Now, the last time I dealt with the fire retardant stuff, after the fire was over, getting that stuff, I was running a lodge on the top of one of these mountains when this was going on. Getting that fire retardant stuff out of like a log cabin building. Oh my, water doesn't wash it away, let me tell you. That was a big job. They will have a guy who will have cameras, radar, and go now. Press and release for the water, half missing. Okay.
Is going to largely fall on his administration. And so Catherine Barger, supervisor, is inviting Donald Trump to visit Los Angeles County with everything that's happening.
And LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger and a number of other county officials, as well as city officials, held 2 separate press conferences earlier today. They gave us an update on a number of things, one of them being those emergency alerts that went out earlier this week that were a mistake. On Thursday, there was one that went out in the afternoon. They gave an explanation for what that was. It went out county-wide rather than just the targeted area of evacuees. Also on Friday, it happened again Friday morning. Cell towers coming back online after being knocked out by these natural disasters. So that is what happened there. They gave an explanation on those error messages. Those county and city officials also gave updates on the numbers for both the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire as well. So right now, the Eaton fire is at 15% containment. Those are the 2 largest fires burning currently. Palisades is 11% contained as of right now. And we do know that there are 400 National Guard members who are deployed all across Los Angeles, making sure that people are evacuating. And there have been 22 arrests between both the Palisades and the Eaton fire, because people are basically staying in areas where they should not be. And so 22 people have been arrested for looting or possession of narcotics and things like that. We want to go now to our reporter who is on the ground, Eyewitness News reporter Monica Deanda, who is live this morning. Monica, where are you and what can you tell us about what you see?
13 people.
Yeah, Irene, Mark, right now we are off of Canyon Back Road, and I got to tell you, a lot's been going on in the last 15, 20 minutes. Take a look here behind me, okay? This is the area that firefighters have been focused on. And not only firefighters, we've seen a lot of air support. We've seen, you can see one of the super scoopers there, a lot of water drops being made in the last 15, 20 minutes. And the reason being is that these flames are inching lower toward the canyon, and the fear is that they could get closer up after that and make a run toward these homes, and that is the area of concern. Not only have we seen water drops, that we've also seen the planes come and drop retardant, and we know that's a huge help.
Yes,
We've seen 3 of them, and I got to tell you, the lowest one was it got very low, and that's because, again, like I said, you see some flames from our vantage point, but they are continuing to inch lower and lower. And you'll see one of those aircraft that just made a water drop coming up. Good news is the Encino Reservoir is not too far away from here. So they've been coming from that direction, making those water drops. But again, the fear is right now that those flames are inching closer toward these homes here on Canyon Back Road. If you're familiar with this area, it's about half a mile away from the Mountain Gate Country Club. So this is an area where we're seeing a lot of attention right now, a lot of air support. We've been here for 6 hours, and I got to tell you, when we first got here just before 5 o'clock this morning, the flames were toward the top of the hillside. And if you look at those hillsides now, they are completely charred, right? All you see is the aftermath, vegetation gone. And you can see now the flames continuing to work their way downward. And that is a concern. So that is something that we are keeping a very close eye on, because we know that just on the other side of Mandeville Canyon, we already have seen one home on fire, and we don't want to see that happen over here in this area on Canyon Back Road. So this is a situation that we're seeing a lot of air support right now, a lot of resources being poured into this area. There are even some firefighters on the other side of the hill. You can't see them right now, but I will tell you, they are down there. They're in the trenches, doing what they do best, working hard to try and protect these homes from catching fire. But of course, concerning given the way the flames are moving. And we've also, in the last hour, noticed that the wind has picked a little, not significantly, but still more than we've seen.
And it's going to continue with that. So I find this really sad. The former child actor and inspirational speaker, dies in the LA fires. Mother wrote she was unable to save him through lack of water. I see that, possibly some suing going on. So an Australian man has celebrated his own country, the UK, for success. His disability has fallen victim to loss. His mother was announced. Okay, let's see here. Rory Sykes. Do you guys, have you ever heard of Rory Sykes? 32, appeared in the media as a boy talking about being born blind and living with cerebral palsy, and later worked as a motivational speaker. Died at his family home in Malibu on Wednesday. Rory Cullum Sykes.
They're here for a reason, but again, people are just very anxious. And speaking of the perimeter and the checkpoint that is set up here, it's being manned by National Guard and local law enforcement as well. LAPD are the ones stopping people here at the barrier, right where the cones were, as we continue to see more fire department trucks coming through this area up and down Mandeville Canyon Road, which has really been just the main artery for them to, or at least a main artery for them to get up and down the hill there to try and fight this fire. Now, earlier when we got here, and you'd remarked, but earlier when we got in here, National Guard wasn't here. We got here about 7 a.m., I want to say, a little after. National Guard was patrolling around the area, and we saw them coming by in trucks, but they weren't yet stationed here. Once they got stationed, that seemed to make all the difference, because there were some cars in this line trying to go around, trying to cut the line, trying to go ahead. And I believe at one instance we actually saw an LAPD car, a patrol car, go after them. But once the National Guard got here, there was a shift in the mode here, the environment, the feeling here, I should say, because people really are like, oh, this is serious, because they were telling me, some of these residents, that the day before the checkpoint was a little further up, so they couldn't quite understand what was going on here and why they couldn't just get around. But again, a lot of that has to do with the dynamics of this fire and how things are changing. But also some of it is because the people who were allowed in, there were a couple of people who got in, that was with a police escort. And so people are not just going to be able to, even once they do get in, they're not going to be able to get in here and just go on their own. They have been escorted in, or will be escorted in, for those who have not been yet. Because again, I mentioned this earlier, when you're in these situations, it is very hard to navigate around all of the fire trucks that are here, around all of the law enforcement cars that are here, because they have to be able to go move at a moment's notice to be able to respond to what they're responding to, this incredible fire. And Alex, if we pan over, I just want to again show the plume of smoke that people are looking at. You look up at the sky, you see part of it is blue, and then you see
Part
over
of it
here
is
this
that's
huge
part of it.
cloud of smoke that I know has grown. If people have been watching our coverage for the last couple of hours, you might be able to tell the difference here that we are seeing in this cloud. I was saying a plume earlier, but really this is just a huge cloud of smoke. The visibility in that direction is just almost nil. You can hardly see what we were able to see earlier. So again, this is just a changing situation, a dynamic situation, and that really speaks to why everyday cars are coming through. Those cars you're seeing right now, they might look like the average person's vehicle, but they're not. The only people who are being let in are officials, maybe in unmarked cars, or people like us, media. As media, we are trained once a year with CAL FIRE to be able to go around and navigate these situations. And even so, it's still not the easiest for us to do, let alone somebody who's just not used to this type of situation. So I say that just to maybe give some understanding to the people who are waiting, maybe streaming this in their vehicles or something. The police I've been seeing interact with the folks have been very patient and just trying to explain the situation to. And for the most part, a lot of these drivers who have been waiting for so long have been understanding. But again, they have been waiting a long time. I said earlier, we had some man ask me, where are these guys, the officers and you guys, where are you going to use the restroom? Because they've been waiting so long that they're at that point now. People have got to be hungry. People are just impatient, but they also don't want to lose their place in line either. Because you just might have that feeling, oh, as soon as I leave, then they're going to open this up and, I have to go back in line again. So people are waiting patiently, but people's nerves are just shot after what we have been seeing through here. Even if people know that their homes are okay. One man I spoke with said he knows his home is okay. You can actually see it from here, but he's still just so tense because of what's been going on. And so everybody here is tense because of the...
So celebrities as of 20 hours ago that have been impacted, we have Eugene Levy, Heidi and Spencer Pratt, Steven Spielberg, Ben Affleck, Diane Keaton, Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson, Billy Crystal, John Goodman, Leighton Meester and Adam Brody, Miley Cyrus, Mark Hamill, Paris Hilton, and Jamie Lee Curtis.
Now they're not going to be let in for quite a while. I know it's hard to leave and turn around and go somewhere else. They want to be there, as you mentioned, Zach. You understand all of those emotions. Thank you for your assistance and your coverage through all of this. In the meantime, it is now into our 11 a.m. hour here on ABC 7 Eyewitness News. This, of course, is special coverage. Typically, we are not on the air here at 11 a.m. on a Saturday, but we are on this coverage because of this expanding situation with the Palisades fire that really exploded during the overnight hours, expanding at least, from last check, 1,000 more acres and now encroaching on Mandeville Canyon and Brentwood. So we are covering it with team coverage across the area. Mark Cutter-Robles alongside Irene Cruz.
And we've been on the air for 6 hours straight now. We've been watching this entire situation unfold. We've just seen a house go up in flames in Mandeville Canyon, and that was very unfortunate to see. Thankfully, we haven't seen flames spread to nearby brush after that or any nearby homes, because they did get 2 water drops on that. So that is the good news. But it's still a very dangerous situation for a lot of the neighborhoods there in that area. And right now we do want to go to reporter Kevin Ozebek from our sister station in Houston, who is here.
Stay safe, guys. Stay safe. This is it. Yeah. Mel Gibson. Yes, Pam. You see his interview this morning? Oh, cyber.
Homes in this neighborhood. So many people concerned. They're watching this from afar. For those of them who live up here who are very concerned, what's your message to them right now?
The message is you need to stay out of here. It's very, very narrow roads coming in and out of here. One way in, one way out. This is not a place to come and try and view the fire. People need to evacuate if you're in the area. So with the ready, set, go, we're now at the go phase if you're up here in Mendel Canyon.
So over in Westridge, we saw Cal Fire start to run some hoses down the street. Can you kind of give us some insight in terms of what they're doing, what they're preparing for?
I haven't been out there, but we have to utilize any means that we can to get water supply. So whether we're using water tenders, whether we're using fire hydrants, whether we're augmenting the pressure, but doing a relay, taking an engine, filling it full of water, driving it up with 500 gallons, utilizing that. In this case, we're utilizing a pool from the residents here. So
I'd like to see them not only have them dropping the stuff, this fire retardant stuff on the fires. I would also like to see them putting that stuff, I don't know, a few miles around the perimeter. You know, not just water, the pink stuff, the pink stuff.
So our firefighters are used to this, but they've been under some extreme conditions this whole time. So
based on how these winds are moving right now, based on how this Palisades fire is reacting and moving right now, are there any additional areas of concern for you? I guess what's your assessment from this vantage point right now in terms of where this is moving?
Well, right now we're on multiple fronts. So we're in Mendel Canyon. We're also looking at the Mulholland Road up on the ridge of the valley, moving into Encino and Sherman Oaks. So we're trying to prevent it from spreading to Sherman Oaks and Encino. And right now, this is one of our biggest areas with impacted structures.
So I hear some of your crews on there are starting to fire up.
So when I hear Brentwood, the first thing that comes to mind is O.J. Simpson, his house there in Brentwood, and his slow motion car chase all the way back to his house with like freaking hundreds of cops behind him. It was the most what? But as soon as I hear Brentwood, I think OJ.
Los Angeles, it's putting out a large amount of smoke, and this is where it's generated from, right here where we are.
Gotcha. Well, Mark and Irene, we can toss it back to you. You guys are on speakerphone here, so if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask away while we have them.
And I love that you're using, basic technology, with the cell phone because of the service up there, which is what we don't typically have.
We're gonna jump over here. No. Here we go.
Back into our forecast, and you can see by Monday afternoon all of the colors: yellow, orange, reds, purples, and that means that we are going to be seeing those wind speeds kick right back up into that 30 to 40 and sometimes up to 50 mile per hour range. And the air quality not looking the best, especially for the areas that are going to be close to where those fires are. So we have some red on the map. That's not good, especially for folks that have breathing issues, and especially right now with all of the smoke that we are seeing. This is a live look from our Burbank camera. We can catch the smoke from the Mandeville Canyon on our cameras. What we are going to expect when it comes to this next Santa Ana wind event is not extreme levels like we have been seeing on Tuesday. So this wind event, this happens once every decade or so. This is not normal for Southern California. What we can expect is the moderate to strong Santa Ana winds. That means wind speeds anywhere between 20 to 60 miles per hour. And that's going to be as we head into Monday. We're going to start to see those winds pick back up tonight into tomorrow. And then again, the other round of the Santa Ana winds coming in on Monday. So just prepare for that. Of course, we are still under that red flag warning for pretty much the majority of our area. And also, if you're not under that red flag warning, you're going to be under a high wind watch or a fire weather watch. Everyone is going to be dealing with these dry conditions. We have that very low humidity, and also with just the combination of the low humidity and the dry brush, it is just perfect fire weather. And it's going to be like that, unfortunately, until we head into Wednesday. These are going to be our conditions: low humidity, very dry vegetation, and also those wind speeds starting to pick up. Again, we are expecting them to start picking up as we head into later this afternoon, the evening hours, overnight into tomorrow. So we're definitely keeping our eyes on the wind speed, the wind direction. I'll go back to that wind future cast so you can see the exact timing of it, because right now the firefighters have that little window before things start to pick back up. This is a look at that wind forecast, and this is a look right now of what we are seeing. We're seeing those southwesterly winds. And check this out, from just about an hour or 2 hours ago, the wind speeds have picked up, Mark and Irene. But I know that in the next couple of hours, we will start to see a shift. We'll start to see these wind speeds hopefully start to calm down. So it gives the firefighters more of a window to fight the fires before we.
Yeah, the whole thought of this, let me tell you, holy. Okay, we're going to jump over here for a second, guys, and see what they have to say. NBC, okay.
Do for the city where I was born. There is nothing that I will not do for the city where I was born and raised. And I know that that goes for all of us. So let me be clear about something. The fire chief and I are focused on fighting these fires and saving lives, and any differences that we might have will be worked out in private. But right now, our first and most important obligation.
Everyone wants cat fight.
This crisis. When the fire is out, there will be time for us to evaluate. But at the same time, we also must begin the recovery effort. And there'll be more to come from that in the next few days. So you saw last night that the fires intensified.
So this was this
the
morning.
Palisades fire expanded, leading to additional evacuations in Encino and parts of Brentwood. But despite the flare-up, relentless air and ground assaults has led to increased containment of the fire. Emergency shelter is open at the Lanark Regional Recreational Center in Canoga Park. We are updating on lacity.gov with information about assistance and up-to-date evacuations.
Yeah, because people
The
were
Hearst
getting
fire
denied.
is now 76% contained, and the Sunset fire is almost 100% contained. FEMA teams are on the ground providing in-person support, helping Angelenos apply for disaster relief at the Westwood Recreation Center and Richie Valens Park. The Small Business Administration is now offering home disaster loans, business disaster loans, and economic injury disaster loans, which can be applied.
And people that were getting denied. So what they're saying is if you were denied, try again, that it was some kind of glitch. So try again.
helping relieve our firefighters and secure the perimeter of our evacuation zones, aiding our Los Angeles police officers in having zero tolerance for crime. And let me just say that again, zero tolerance for crime. And so that means if you are bold enough that you are going to go into a fire.
Okay, I have to stop this right here for a second. So they got that guy, everybody's seen them pick up that one fellow that basically the neighborhood had caught walking around with some kind of fancy ass torch. They picked him up, they took him away, they talked to him, and they let him out. Just saying, just saying.
Area and attempt to break in homes or do looting of any type, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. In the grief, in the anger, in the pain that we are going through, the idea that there would be predators out there that would try to take advantage of this situation
a little bit earlier.
Will not be.
I watched this maybe an hour ago. And what just happened there? What just happened there? Let's go over here then, and I'll figure that out.
But there is a breeze, and it's consistently picked up, especially in the last hour or so. That's when we really notice those that wind pick up. And even Niku mentioned 15 to 25 mile an hour winds. And that makes a difference for these firefighters, especially given the terrain. They got to take all of that into consideration. Also with these drops, right? We've seen them be precise, but it takes a lot of technique, and it takes a lot of really planning and making sure that they are taking all of these elements into consideration, including the dry vegetation that we see all around here.
And it does really help that the reservoirs are very close by, so those helicopters are able to grab water within 2 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes, and bring it back to the area. So it makes those drops a lot more efficient. My question, Monica, you did mention that there were firefighters. We didn't necessarily see them in the shot, but we did in Kevin's shot that they were positioned in people's backyards. You said there are about 12 homes on your side there. Are you seeing firefighters directly in the backyards of those homes?
Yes, we are. I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way and just show you guys all of these homes here. I actually went to go walk in that area to see if we could get any closer and give you a better look. But unfortunately, we can't go into these homes, right? So you can just see all of these homes here. There's at least 12, possibly more. And like you said, Irene, the firefighters are down there in the trenches, and they are taking a defensive position, ready to do everything they can to try and save these homes.
Good news there. We're glad that they are out there, and I know that there are only so many resources that they can spread around, so they can't necessarily be in every single person's backyard, but I'm glad that they are really on the fire lines in that defensible space when it is available. And
they need more personnel. They need more personnel. That's all there is to it.
Tight, the fact that they're there, you're grateful, right, as a homeowner, and just hoping for the very best in this situation. Monica, and to your crew, Romeo, I believe, thank you to you both. You guys have been great. Let's go to Kevin Ozebek from our sister station in Houston.
I'm going to go right here.
People need to evacuate if you're in the area. So with the ready, set, go, we're now at the go phase if you're up here in Mendenhall Canyon.
So over in Westridge, we saw Cal Fire start to run some hoses down the street. Can you kind of give us some insight in terms of what they're doing, what they're preparing for?
I haven't been out there, but we have to utilize any means that we can to get water supply. So whether we're using water tenders, whether we're using fire hydrants, whether we're augmenting the pressure, but doing a relay, taking an engine, filling it full of water, driving it up with 500 gallons, utilizing that. In this case, we're utilizing a pool from the residents here. So I've talked to several firefighters say that they've had to do that on 4 or 5 homes where they utilize the pool water.
So, you know, as I just kind of watch this all unfold in real time, what's amazing me is how your crews down there are on foot on this steep hill dousing water on this. I mean, how difficult of a job is it for them down there just to kind of be able to keep standing up straight?
Well, we've been out here we're going on 4 days now.
Yeah.
And this is so our firefighters are used to this, but they've been under some extreme conditions this whole time. So
based on how these winds are moving right now, based on how this Palisades fire is reacting and moving right now, are there any additional?
That's the thing. It's going all over the place. They will run underground. They will do that. I've seen it with my own very eyes.
What your sense is of the fire behavior there?
So that's
I think we're going to be way more successful than we were the first couple of days of the fire. Completely different wind gusts compared to the first couple of days. This is the kind of fire we're used to fighting fire in with our aircraft, troops on the ground. This is doable to save all the houses in here. I believe we won't see anything like we did the first 2 days of this fire.
I sure hope not.
Okay, we're looking at
still standing, guys. Look
what's
at that.
left of another home right there, that flag waving in the air. We know we are under a wind advisory right now, have been since 9 o'clock this morning as we take a bigger scope as to what we're looking at. What do you have to say about the winds? I know you spoke on that a little bit, but what is the plan moving forward at this hour, 11:37?
Mandeville Canyon.
The plan is still to keep this fire out of the houses, out of the community. While it's backing down, you'll see on your screen as the fire backs down, it's a lot slower, so we can hit it really hard with the aircraft, and then we'll have crews at each house waiting for the fire.
What do you think, with the flames encroaching upon the homes in that Brentwood neighborhood, firefighters can do a lot in terms of structure protection, keeping them away. When is the situation where things would not be that case? Like, what do they not want the flames or the wind to do for those firefighters that are in the backyards of those homes, trying to keep those homes safe?
I completely understand the question. What we don't want is what we saw the first 2 days of this fire. We were getting sustained winds of 70 miles an hour. We have gusts out here today, but nowhere nearly 70 miles an hour. So I believe this is going to be, a firefight that we can control and should be able to bring to containment.
Good news there. As people continue to watch this morning, we see the smoke billowing in a lot of these neighborhoods. As we take a bigger scope of this, and we are days into this firefight with more than 22,000 acres burned, 11% contained. I know oftentimes out in the field, I get questions about containment. At this hour, could you kind of express to the people watching right now what that means exactly, and how optimistic, because you seem optimistic about this part of the firefight?
Yeah, so containment means if we walk away from that section of fire line, we're guaranteeing there's not going to be a rekindle or a restart, 100%. So we have containment on sections along the PCH and the northwestern part of this fire where we know it's completely out. This side of the fire's doing what we expect it to do. It's not like the first 2 days of the fire. This fire is what we've seen before, and we know how to attack it. So that's why I'm very confident we're going to be successful.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you being on with us with an optimistic look at this firefight going on right now. Thank you so much, CAL FIRE Chief Brent Pasqua. Now let's go back up to Rich Prickett, who's been monitoring this all from overhead. Rich?
Well, right here in the center of the screen, that's one reason to be very optimistic as far as their fight down here and how much progress they have been able to make over the past 12 hours by bringing in more and more assets from the air to fight and make it to so many different areas of the Palisades fire. And then once they are able to put out those areas out of some of those hot spots, or at least slow it down enough, they can bring in more ground resources that can stage and start setting up into the backyards, the front yards of these homes. And then you start bringing in the FOS check or the retardant drops, and you start laying those long lines down the street and along the ridge lines. Here's an example here. I mean, we've been watching this all morning long, and it certainly didn't have all this FOS check on it when we first got overhead. As a matter of fact, we didn't really start seeing that until after this home had started to catch fire. When we first started seeing it, there was a patio cover right over that pool. It was a completely, it was a freestanding home, and it was a lot of wood that caught fire very quickly. It went up like a match, and now we're seeing what was left. We just saw some of the last remaining pieces of the frame just topple over, and really the only thing standing is the chimney. and more smoke that's starting to make its way down through the canyon. As I'm watching a little further north, this isn't the only section of Mandeville Canyon that's seeing active fire. This is just one spot that we're seeing. This is Merrimack Road, and we watched that fire. That home had caught fire. You know, I show you this area up here at the top of the ridge, and not only is the flag, you know, very important to all of us, but that has also given me an idea as to where the winds are coming from and just how much it is breezy, how breezy it is up here, not only for the firefighters, but the aircraft that are starting to make their way in and through this canyon. So lots of fixed-wing aircraft, the DC-10, which I believe comes from San Bernardino, correct me if I'm wrong, has been making its way to and from the fire rather quickly. Not sure how many we have, but it seems to be on a pretty quick turnaround. And we're seeing these red lines just get longer and longer. We saw that C-130 that's in here as well, assisting. That's a fairly new asset for us here in Southern California. We're going to make our way back over here to Brentwood. Let's get a checkup over here. This is along the West Ridge area. We'll bring up the toolbar here and Cordelia Road. And we had the fire that was burning up from the Farmers Fire Road and rushing up the canyon and into the backyards of these homes. We saw the firefighters here trying to keep it from running up this little canyon here. They're still in the backyard with the water lines here, the hand lines, making sure that fuel stays wet, stomp out any hot spots that are tucked in there. I mean, right now you may not see those long lengths of flame, but you know, if they don't keep the water on there, there could be some sort of a hot spot that's tucked in there, and the next thing you know, it starts all over again. And imagine yourself camping, and you're trying to put out that campfire that you've been using all night. I mean,
it's just
it
so
could
terrifying.
smolder
like,
and burn
slow down
for days, and that's exactly some of the conditions that they're having to deal with down here for the Palisades fire. Still a lot of hand crews down here, or firefighters that are offering structure protection. They've been here all throughout the morning. We've seen them since we got here at about 6 a.m. this morning, but I'm sure they arrived here much earlier than that. They may have been here overnight, but that's when we got here, that's when we started to see the fire make its way from the north and push south right up behind these homes. So looking, the right side of the screen would be north of that community of Brentwood, and this entire community here would be the northern portion of Brentwood. So that's about as far south as the fire goes here in this section. So they're going to continue to work along that area, and we will give you a little wider shot here
in some of these places,
and just kind of give you the scope of all the smoke. Look at that. All the smoke that's being pushed from the north back over the Pacific Palisades, the city of Pacific Palisades, where we saw all that devastation that we've been seeing for days and days, is all right down here underneath the smoke, and that's where the fire is starting to make its way back into that area. But it's going to have to make its way through
smoke in that
entire burn area before it can do so.
God.
Ladies, I'll send it back over to you.
All right, Rich, thank you so much for that. We will stay with this. You're giving us a view of the very active firefight today, and we are seeing progress just in that area, those backyards, Megan, that we're looking at in that Brentwood neighborhood, where flames really seem to be getting close to homes. You see the firefighters there really fighting them back. And now it's white smoke where there had been some really evident flames. Of course, still a very, very active threat. We'll keep this shot up, but we want to go to Bob Goldman, retired captain from the LA County Fire Department. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm wondering, as you're watching this fire activity this morning, what your main reactions and takeaways are?
Good question.
Well, it's no surprise to me that there's some additional territory getting burned up and getting close to homes again. With these different shifts in wind, you're going to either have the fire be pushed back into the burn, or it's going to find new fuel and just get up and grow some legs and get moving.
Yeah.
It's kind of like pick your poison. Do you want the Santa Anas to come back and have excessive winds and push it back in the burn, or do you want an onshore that raises the humidity, raises the fuel moisture, but then pushes the fire into unburned fuel? So you're trying to figure out which way you want it to go.
And did you guys notice? I don't know if you were watching earlier, but look at that. Good job. Okay, what was I going to say? It'll come back, you know me. I just, oh no, okay. I'm trying to save some pictures on these. Like, look at these guys. Isn't that incredible? Look at that.
To try to contain and control this thing. But there's the last fire that I remember anywhere near here was when I was working with LA City Fire Department in 1978. There was a Mandeville Canyon fire, and I don't know how many homes were burned, but that was a pretty significant fire. And I'm not aware of anything of any real significance in the Palisades since then. So you've got a large area, a large bed of fuel that's decadent, that's old with new. It hasn't been cleared out. It hasn't been thinned out. And when you get fire into these kinds of conditions, it burns really hot. You know, you can see on places where it's kind of white where it has burned.
Yes.
That indicates that the heat was at least 1,400 degrees at the time the fire swept through there.
Wow.
Now, this is going to be a problem come the rains, because when you have a fire that has that hot, it heats up the soil, which releases kind of a paraffin, and then the soil becomes what they call hydrophobic. So then when the rains come, the water just rushes down across this watershed. It doesn't percolate. It doesn't soak in. It just keeps gathering up burned material, rocks, dirt, debris, cars, couches.
Wow.
Let me be the first to say they're not talking about it yet, but they should be. We're going to have probably some of the worst debris flows in LA County that we've ever seen in history, with Altadena and Pacific Palisades and Malibu, because as soon as the rains get here and starts washing this stuff down slope, you know what that does.
Correct.
There'll be additional homes destroyed, most likely. There'll be injuries or possibly death. I don't mean to sound like I'm the gloom and doom guy.
Reality.
The reality is
of the cycle that we have. And, you know, all that debris and material, all those homes that burn, I don't know, without bringing in 5,000 dump trucks and bulldozers, are they going to be able to get that stuff cleared out of these communities before significant rain comes?
Yeah, I hear just another threat on the horizon as we deal with this massive disaster going on in our region now. I'm curious. So to your point about the brush, we heard a firefighter say that some of this area that's burning newly in the Palisades fire hasn't burned for 50 years. That's 50.
I heard that.
So I'm wondering if you can tell us about what difference that makes, how that factors into the way this fire burns, and also what difference we're seeing from this massive aerosol. We are seeing so many water dropping helicopters out there. We are seeing so many FOSS-check fire retardant drops. What impact does that have?
Well, as far as the condition of the fuel bed goes, I'm definitely one of those individuals that believe strongly in fuel management. But that's not a very popular thing for most people, kind of like a NIMBY thing, because you have to come in at the ideal times of year and you do prescription burns. And by doing prescription burns, you begin thinning out and creating breaks along the way of old, decadent fuel, so that when a fire does come along, it'll run into these areas where you thin things out, or you can come in with a dozer and put 2-blade wide, trail around everything. People don't like us doing that anymore either. They don't like you coming in with a bulldozer and, doing that. They don't like us to burn. because it affects the air quality, of
time
course,
to
and
start
they don't
putting
want
your
any
money
of
where
that.
your
But
mouth is there.
it's a preventative
Some of
measure
these
that is highly successful.
extremely wealthy people.
We had a very robust vegetation management program for many years, but we
I
kind of
think
got
it
shut
might
down
be, Tracy. I
by
think
the
it might be.
AQMD and all the NIMBY folks that would rather we not do that. And so 20 years later, you haven't managed all this vegetation, and when a fire hits it, it's like napalm.
Yeah.
You mentioned prescription burns. And then earlier in this conversation, you said the last time you remember a fire here in this area, Mandeville Canyon fire in 1978. And the brush is old. It hasn't been cleared out. Is that what you mean by prescription burns are necessary? And why is it you think we haven't been doing that? Just a lack of resources, to LA City
Yes,
Fire
it
Chief's
will,
point
Keza.
last night when she was...
No. As far as the prescription burn program goes, we have the resources for that. We do that at the times of the year when any kind of a fire we ignite under controlled conditions is going to burn very slowly, kind of a cool fire. It's not going to come through and turn everything white like you see on the side of those hills.
Well, usually when it goes white, it means that
yeah,
it's
and then I
burning
wonder if we
clean,
can circle back to the impact of the air,
which makes me think they
resources
may have
on this,
put
because
stuff
we
on
have
it
a lot
already.
of water being dropped and a lot of fire retardant. How successful is that in really helping to put out the fire?
Well, you see, with retardant, that's not meant to put fire out. That's meant
already,
to
I think,
prevent
as far as
spread of the
US.
fire, to contain the fire.
I think
So
that's
they'll
where it
paint the
is.
sides of the fire so it doesn't expand. The water is what we throw on it to actually put the flames out. Something to keep in mind, back in the day, when the homes were built in the 50s and the 40s, the materials inside homes were pretty organic. Wood, wool, cotton. Everything nowadays is all synthetic. Laminates, chemicals, glues, all kinds of things are going on with a home nowadays. When you're on a brush fire in the middle of the brush, you breathe the smoke. It's not good for you, but it's not particularly toxic. The smoke coming off of these tracks, hundreds and thousands of homes that have burned, is about the worst possible air you could be breathing, because all those plastics, all those synthetics, all those petroleum byproducts that are used now in modern construction have burned. And all of that stuff comes together in smoke, and it's highly toxic, and it's carcinogenic as well.
And how long do those toxins exist in the air? For how long? I mean, for the people who are evacuated and eventually when they get back into these areas, do you guys not let them in until the toxins are gone?
We don't measure that. That's not our function. And as far as when they let people back in, there's a number of factors. There's some politics involved there, I'm sure. But the whole idea is if there's smoke and haze in the area, you know there's particulates in the air. I know Casey talked about that, and so is Kai. But you can see the particulates in the air. You know that any of that you're breathing is going to go into your lungs and probably hang around for a while. So the advice of an N95 mask for everybody that's within 5 miles of this is probably a prudent thing to do.
Great advice. We really appreciate you being on with us. Really excellent perspective to get from you this morning. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to look back.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
Okay, let's check this out. $11 people unalive, 153,000 people under evacuation orders. What you doing, buddy? Come on. Let's go.
It is now going to be taking place in Glendale, Arizona. I'd really like to thank the NFL and Stan Kroenke, the owner of the Rams, who looked at the situation and understood that that would be a draw on more resources, both from the LA County Sheriff's Department, the Inglewood Police Department, LA County Fire, and other law enforcement partners. We're in the crisis. Those resources need to go elsewhere. Last thing I will mention is if you need more updates on evacuations or road closures, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency.
Do you guys mind sharing?
And with that, I will now be introducing Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna.
This morning.
Yesterday morning.
This was this morning, which is really interesting because you don't see the chief from the fire chief. You don't see her in this little audience here, and you do not see the mayor in this little audience here. It was quite interesting because what they did was this one, and then they did a separate one with the chief and the mayor and a couple other people. Pretty interesting.
Morning, the federal government declared a federal public health emergency. And in alignment with the federal government, Los Angeles County Public Health has done the same. Among other things, this emergency will assist with staffing ratios at our medical facilities, both residential and at our hospitals, and ensure displaced residents have access to the necessary medications and prescriptions.
Yeah.
In addition, there will be a focus on the health and safety of our first responders to ensure that they remain healthy while they are protecting our communities. All of the emergency proclamations I have signed as the chair of the board, along with our local public health emergency declaration, will be ratified on Tuesday in our motion that I have co-authored with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. We have received an overwhelming amount of support and outpouring of assistance from all corners of the county, state, and quite frankly, the nation. It is paramount that we appropriately harness and utilize these resources to maximize the benefit to the impacted residents to address their most immediate needs. And let me go off script for a minute. Last night when I got home, one of my dear friends lost everything. And I went on the GoFundMe page that was set up by his family.
Guys.
And I was shocked to find out that to give $500, they were going to charge me $95. So I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to find out if at the very least they can cut the cost in order to ensure that the money goes directly to the family. I think it's important for us to recognize that I know it's a company and they deserve to be able to pay for their overhead, but at the same time, we are in a crisis. These families are suffering. Yep. So again, I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to ask him to, at the very least, slash the amount of money that's costing to give to people in need. To that end, with the fact that we are looking at how to best harness and utilize these resources, a motion which is going to be co-authored with Supervisor Horvath is going to include a directive to our Chief Executive Officer to immediately work on the development, oversight, and draft parameters of a fund to be managed by a third-party fiscal sponsor to provide flexible spending that supports the most impacted individuals in the communities that have been devastated by these fires.
I don't even know what to say.
On that note, I also want to take a moment to emphasize to our constituents that we will be here during the recovery process every step of the way. I've talked to people that want to know when they can begin to rebuild. I'm directing our county departments to set up local assistance centers for residents who've lost their homes. These will be one-stop shops for resources on the ground and in the community. We are here for you, and we will be here for you throughout the entire time it takes to restore our neighborhoods impacted by the fires. We are going to rebuild LA, and we're going to rebuild it in a timely fashion. Lastly, I want to mention an important resource for those who've been displaced and in need to begin the claims process. All our LA County libraries and their staff are available for displaced residents to use computers and internet access to complete the FEMA and assessor claim forms. We have also engaged the assessor to provide a warm line for the library to get questions quickly answered and resolved for residents. I continue to work with FEMA to address the problem that has occurred when people apply and they check the box that says they have insurance. Their claim is automatically denied. FEMA is aware of this glitch and is working to correct it. As soon as we get an update, I promise you we will provide that information. But I encourage everyone to go to any one of our libraries or go online if you have access to a computer to begin the claims process with FEMA. And if you have any issues, be patient. We are working day and night to make sure that we get you the answers. With that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
All righty. Good news. Let's have some good
Thank
news.
you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your strong, clear, and resolute leadership in this time of crisis. I know that people are concerned, and the united partnership of everyone standing here this morning is essential to ensuring that everyone remains safe and that we are able to move forward towards recovery in a united fashion. LA County had another night of unimaginable terror and heartbreak, and even more Angelenos evacuated due to the northeast expansion of the Palisades fire. I want to thank all of you who have and are swiftly evacuating. Your cooperation is essential to keeping you, your loved ones, and our first responders safe. The evacuation order from last night includes Sunset Boulevard north to Encino Reservoir, from the 405 freeway west to Mandeville Canyon. The evacuation warning area is the south border is Sunset Boulevard east, Bellagio Road, Roscomari Road, north Mulholland Drive, and west 405 freeway. On the south, Mulholland Drive and Sepulveda Boulevard, east 405, north Ventura Boulevard, and west Louise Avenue. And this area includes the Encino Reservoir. New evacuation shelters are now open in Van Nuys and Canoga Park to provide immediate support for those who have been displaced, including our veteran community from the North VA campus. Overnight, the American Red Cross and field teams from every city, county, state, and federal district were mobilizing on the ground to help move safely our evacuated residents into safety. It was simply astonishing seeing people come together in these wee hours to protect our residents. I want to thank those who are on the front lines who work tirelessly to respond to fires that threaten our Topanga community. The past 2 days, including aerial support and boots on the ground, your swift actions have made incredible difference for our residents.
Absolutely.
And this focus has been necessary, critical, and impactful. I specifically want to thank Chief Maroney, Captain Drew Smith, and Captain Jen Situ for your partnership in making Topanga a top priority in firefighting efforts. In response to the ongoing fire, we've declared a local health emergency, as the chair shared, and this is effective county-wide. This also includes prohibiting the use of power air blowers, which can spread harmful ash and smoke particles. And the motions that Supervisor Barger indicated also include a funding program for those impacted. We know that while we are fighting on the immediate term, we also know longer term, we have to start getting those systems in place. We are hearing the concern from our residents that we won't be able to move.
So yeah, that's what they're saying. I'm not quite sure what to think of that at this point. Let's go over here.
180 service members
I don't know
on
what
the
to
ground,
think about
he
all
says,
that.
and I know that a lot of the residents in these evacuation areas have concerns about people who are going in and getting in and are up to no good or looting. So National Guard here to help with that. I do want to say in the staging area for the Palisades fire in Will Rogers yesterday, we just saw so many LAPD vehicles, law enforcement presence, as well as National Guard there. So they are on the ground there. Now you're looking live at images overhead. Rich Prickett is following this active area, the Palisades fire.
Look at that guy up there.
Area of sort of
All
Mandeville
alone,
Canyon, approaching
waiting for
the Brentwood neighborhood, where
water.
Westridge is the road that border, where the homes are on, that border that area. And then a little further to the east towards the Mulholland dirt road. But let's go ahead and.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say one more thing about where Carlos is at. And for people who are wondering this morning and they're in that area, they've been displaced from their home. Sheriff Luna had mentioned in one of the press conferences today that at 300 East Green Street from 9 o'clock in the morning, so already underway, until 6 p.m., that is a location where people can go. If you have someone who's missing, you can report it there. If you need help with resources, they have something set up for you there.
So there is 13 people missing at this point, just at this point, 13. And the death count, we are at 11. But I do believe we've got more to come. Maybe quite a few more to come.
And the wind is, we're under an advisory right
We are
now.
under an advisory, but Rich Prickett, if you can hear me, could you zoom back in? You know where we were watching those firefighters? I want him to take this full screen. Where we were watching those firefighters battle basically 2 homes. I'm going to move so you guys can take that full screen. Were they able to put one of those fires out? This is not quite the shot. Do you guys remember earlier when we saw them in the backyards and we saw those 200-foot flames? And he said that was way down the canyon. I'm wondering, I can see it right in the middle of the screen there, Rich. So if you see that, so there's a lot of smoke coming and you do still see the flames down a little bit. So it looks like they actually were able to get most of that out. So great work on their part. But we are watching that closely as those huge
Look at the size of these houses, you guys. It's just, oh my God. I mean, they're huge. They're hitting up all the some of the largest homes I've ever seen. I'm still wondering if that one house, it's called The One, how it's faring out. I don't know what canyon he's in, but check it out sometime. It's called The One.
in Riverside in the low 70s, low 60s for Lancaster and Point Mugu. And we're really starting to see the winds pick up. And we'll talk about that in just a second. But to the air quality, the orange is unhealthy for sensitive groups. Unhealthy air where you see that red dot. Again, if you go outside, you heard Bob Goldman say it. If you smell the smoke, you see the smoke, go back inside unless you have one of those N95 masks and just try to stay indoors. It's for your safety. So here's a look at those sustained winds. They have picked up, especially in the Santa Ana wind corridor. We're seeing double-digit sustained wind speeds for many areas right now. You can't see it through the other shot. There's 16 miles an hour, Camarillo, about 18 miles an hour right now in Van Nuys. 13 for Corona. I've zoomed in again on the spot where this Palisades fire is burning, just so you can see those arrows. That's the direction of the wind from the northeast to the southwest. And the blue bar indicates 10 to 15 mile per hour gusts. We'll continue to see that become a little more widespread heading into the afternoon, starting to see the yellows appear in this area. That means stronger gusts. That takes us into the evening when, unfortunately, the winds are going to get a little bit stronger as predicted, and we'll get a little bit of a break as we head into Sunday afternoon. And then by Monday, those northeasterlies, and these are actually easterlies, those are going to continue to dry out the atmosphere as the winds will once again pick up. Again, I'm just focused in on that area right now. We're going to look at the entire SoCal area here so you can see a lot of purple showing up. The Santa Ana wind corridor, you guys are used to seeing these northeasterlies, but Inland Empire, Orange County, not leaving you out of this. We're just focusing on where we see flames today. You guys have some really strong winds coming as well as we head into the next several days. So you'll start to see those winds picking up late tonight. Widespread strong gusts for both the Inland Empire, mountain communities, Orange County, even some strong winds for those Orange County beaches. Tomorrow morning, again, we'll see the strong winds. We get a bit of a break as we head into Sunday afternoon. And then here we go again Monday into Tuesday with those 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts in that specifically in that Santa Ana wind corridor. So the wind advisory is already in effect for this area in this lighter color, this tan. That's where we're seeing sustained 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, gusts up to 45 miles an hour, of course, isolated even stronger. And then that high wind warning, that starts tonight, lasts through tomorrow afternoon. That's where we'll see sustained winds 25 to 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 65 miles an hour. If you have been with us throughout the morning, you are watching with me as these numbers continue to drop. Now we're seeing so much of SoCal already in the teens. And when these dip below 20%, that's when it becomes concerning for fire danger. You see it happen for the past several days. Fires start and they spread so quickly because of the conditions in the atmosphere. These both go into effect tonight. Fire weather watch for the orange, fire weather warning. This is a red flag warning. Starts again at 6 p.m. and will be in effect through tomorrow evening at least. I do think there's a good shot those also get extended. And we'll just look at a couple of 7 days before I hand it back over to you guys. Inland Empire today, gusts around 35 miles an hour. But look at tomorrow, 45 mile per hour gusts, even stronger on Monday.
I think one thing that it just kind of really strikes me is, oh, hold on, the captain is walking away. Philip, do you have a question? He's coming back. So Philip, Ask away.
You know, you mentioned how good that resident is as far as fire protection. I was kind of curious how often you're coming upon residents who have pools that also have fire apparatus in their backyard that allow you to just hook in and pump right out of the pool, or if you're having to take your pumping opportunities out. Because I understand that some people keep those fire apparatus for their pool right in their backyard.
So Philip Palmer is asking, you know, we're at a home where the resident has a pool fire apparatus that's really helping you out. How often are you coming across that? How often do you need to use your own pumps? Kind of walk us through how common this all is, that you almost have built-in aid from the homeowner.
Right. So, and that's very unusual for us to have that aid from the homeowner. So many homes up in this area do have pools. I talked to one firefighter who was on the line. He said he had to utilize maybe 6 or 7 different pools. So our fire apparatus, we have what's called a siphon ejector. We can drop that in the pool and then we can suck the water out and utilize that for firefighting. So we only need to do that if we don't have an adequate hydrant pressure, adequate water supply. So we've had to utilize pools, we've utilized water tankers, and we've utilized shuttle operations and relay operations, trying to have one fire engine drive water to us, drop it off, go back, get more water, but that's only 500 gallons at a time, and that tank is gone in a matter of minutes.
Philip and Giovanna, while we got the captain here, any other questions?
Yes, I have a question about defensible space also. Can you describe specifically how this house has defensible space? I think when we look at the images of Brentwood and all that brush and all those trees, it's hard to know what you mean in terms of defensible space. Is it because they have that patio behind them, the terrace where you guys are standing? Is that
space, what it is? So we ask homeowners out here in Los cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, Giovanna, Philip, we're actually going to take a few steps forward. I'm not kidding you. The reception is so hit and miss. Sometimes you move a few feet and you can lose reception. I think we're in an area that may have a little bit of better reception right now. If you wouldn't mind asking that question again, and again, our apologies. That
save the home.
That help them save the home.
Can we actually walk back there and show it?
Well, we can show it from right here also. If so the homeowner, they cleared all the vegetation from around their home. It looks like we have at least a 50-foot clearance where they cleared it out, have very low-lying, almost succulent type vegetation around here, which did give our firefighters defensible space so that vegetation was not right up against their home. So we could feel the radiant heat from 50 feet away as we're standing up here on the right next to the house. So if they did not have that clearance, that could have had some direct flame impingement onto their home.
Thank you. Thank you. Just wanted to point that out for our viewers.
Thanks to Captain, thanks to Kevin. And you can really see it also is this element too. The ability to navigate that space. So they can move from, if you noticed how many times we've watched over the past week, firefighters really struggling to move hoses, to get into position. If a spot fires to the left or the right, they can just move right there. And again, we talked about it before, the ability to let certain vegetation burn and be ready in the event it spots forward. That defensible space allowed them so many opportunities to move into that backyard and get right on top of the space and then drown it. We've talked about surround and drown when we see these ladder trucks.
Yes.
That's kind of what they're doing here. They're above, they see it, and they can drown it, and then there's nothing to burn because they've allowed it to burn as much as they have so far today.
That's right. And again, that was Kevin Ozebek from our sister station in Houston, KTRK. Thank you for being here with us and supporting us in our coverage. We want to check in now with Monica de Anda. I believe, well, tell us where you are. I believe you're on the other side of Kevin.
Yeah, exactly, Giovanna, Philip. We are about 3 miles away from where Kevin's position on the other side of Mandeville Canyon, and we are actually on Canyon Back Road. That's about half a mile away from the Mountain Gate Country Club. So if you take a look here behind me, this is the current situation. We've seen the white smoke, and I was talking about this with Mark and Irene. It was getting better, but now you see off in the distance that thicker, darker smoke, and that is what is concerning given all that you see in front of us, right? You see still a bunch of dry vegetation, and even though they've poured that pink retardant on there that you see, we're now starting to see some flames pop up in that area. And the concern is, as we've been telling you guys, that the flames are inching down lower, and then after that, they'll creep up toward these homes. So that's what we're hoping doesn't happen. And the good news is we've seen a lot of air support here over the last hour and a half. We've seen a lot of water drops happening across here. Also a lot of retardant being dropped into this area to really prevent the fire from spreading and getting closer to these homes. Now, what you can't see from our vantage point is that there are about a dozen firefighters standing on the other side of these homes that you see. So down those hills, firefighters are there standing guard. Now, what I have to say that I've seen here in the last 5 minutes is this person here in the white t-shirt, they kind of drove in on a bike here and are assessing the situation. Not sure if they're a neighbor or what, but this is a little dangerous, but it goes to show you the concern that people have, right? People want to know if they stayed here, just how close the flames are getting to their homes. So since we've been here at around 5 o'clock this morning,
I'm wondering if they check people who just come in randomly like this, make sure they are from the neighborhood.
Progressively worse, spreading lower and lower because there's so much dry vegetation here. And also in the last hour, the wind has picked up. So that is why we're starting to see more resources in this area. You can see now that orange flame peeking up from just over the roof of that home. So firefighters are here. We have the air support. They probably are filling up right now. Good thing is the Encino Reservoir is just down the road. So they've been going back and forth, but a lot of homes in this area too. And we're keeping a very close eye to make sure that it does not spread this way. And with that,
I don't know why they didn't use the ocean from the get-go. The fires around here, I mean, every summer there's a fire. And I've watched them dip from all of the lakes around here. I've even seen them dip into creeks. They just hover over top of the bush and they go down and they scoop it out. So when you've got an ocean, I'm not understanding. I mean, I'm not understanding. Let's go over here, guys.
Erin, thank you so much for that. And to give our viewers a perspective, we're covering this area of the Palisades fire that has grown beginning last night. It's this Mandeville Canyon, Brentwood, even approaching towards the Valley area. So Erin Myers, she is near Mountain Gate Country Club, close to.
Can you imagine if this gets into LA? I mean, all these numbers, 11% contained, it's not good enough. It's just not good enough.
At Mandeville Canyon and Merrimack, deep in the canyon. Then you go further west and south, and that's where you have this Brentwood neighborhood of Westridge area, Westridge and Cordelia, and that is where we see flames getting pretty close to homes and firefighters really making every effort to keep them out. And that is where we have Rich Prickett overhead. Rich, what can you tell us?
Lauren, there's some great efforts here by the firefighters. They're keeping that fire from making their way into the backyard, but you can see the wind that is rushing up the valley and pushing that smoke into the backyards here, right where those firefighters were standing. So
one goes up,
fire
it
creates its own weather conditions, and you're seeing an example of that as the smoke is rushing back up the canyon. So hopefully they can stomp it out right here, at least in this spot, but there's still a lot of vegetation that could burn right behind these homes. Now, we'll widen out and just kind of show you the terrain here and where that fire came from. It came down the, let's see, it comes up as Farmers Fire Road. So that could be the lower fire road that's in that valley there. And then up above is going to be Sullivan Fire Road. So you can see the topography, and it burned right through this canyon and then rushed up the hill right behind these homes. Some of them were able to make it through, and that's what we're seeing here. The structure protection teams are behind each and every one of these homes along Westridge Gate towards the top. And early this morning when we first arrived, we could see the fire starting to make its way through basically along Mandeville Fire Road and right here into the Westridge neighborhood, and that's when all the all the helicopters started coming in and just dropping one round after another of water right here on the north edge of the community, and was able to stop it from rushing up into that valley area. You can still see some of those hot spots that are in that canyon, but was able to stop it from pushing from the north into the neighborhood. But slowly but surely it was starting to surround this community and work its way up from the west, and that's what we're seeing here. Firefighters even down there deep in the canyon.
You know, here I am sitting in Canada just wishing that I could go out there and help. I mean, I don't care if it was making sandwiches for these guys. I don't care. Anything. Help people that need help. I don't want to see this get worse, but it's getting worse. And the winds are coming. Ugh, God.
Fold here in this area of the Palisades fire that is burning near West Ridge in this Brentwood neighborhood near Mandeville Canyon. Casey, let's get a check of the weather, because winds, we've seen them pick up. You have noted some higher gusts in areas. We see the wind right
packed, and as soon as you get that order, then you're ready to go. When we say to go, that's when you need to go and you need to evacuate. So people need to be
an area of more concern as fire crews kind of dampen things down on the Mandeville Canyon side of things, but that's not going to become, it's not going to change. That fire crews are going to continue to keep that as a priority. They're going to continue to keep the Mandeville Canyon situation fully staffed, and they're going to continue to keep an eye on things there. What Marcel has the camera trained on now is closer to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. That's on the far west side of the fire, and you see that side of the fire really starting to flare up and throw up a lot of smoke. That's a lot of brush in that area, a lot of heavy old brush that hasn't burned in many, many years. So that is what we're seeing right now, is that end of the fires kicking up steam a little bit. But fire crews seem to be satisfied with that hold, that fire road, that old Mulholland Road that seems to be holding it on the north side. And the wind is not really allowing for the fire to make a run downhill. And we know fire does not like to go downhill. So fire crews seem to be satisfied with where we are on the north side of things. The focus still is this eastern flank and this southeastern flank closest to Mulholland, or closest to Brentwood, excuse me. And this is really the first look, I think, the first time we've kind of been at this particular angle where we've been able to look directly down Mandeville Canyon Road. And you can see those rooftops are not naturally red. That's a lot of that boss check that's been put down from that DC-10 tanker and from a number of other tankers. We've seen a C-130 Hercules airplane tanker also dropping gallons and gallons of fire retardant on this fire. Looking up further down Mandeville Canyon Road, you see a lot of brush down there, a lot of trees.
How are they going to get control of this?
Fire crews are aware of that, and they want to prevent it from moving any further down into that canyon.
So what do you guys think? How are they going to get control of this? It is so bad.
At Old Mulholland Road right now, but Encino should not let your guard down yet, because any shift of wind or any run the fire might take down one of those canyons on the north side could still mean that you're at risk there. And all of those communities that have the evacuation, the mandatory evacuations in effect, and the evacuation warnings in effect should continue to heed those warnings, even if you don't see any smoke in the area or anything like that. As we look now at that helitanker, that's a Chinook helicopter that can carry 3,000 gallons of water. And it looks like that may be looking to make a drop on a little bit of a hot spot here that we're seeing on the ridge of Mandeville Fire Road. We'll follow that and see where that goes. But that's just one of the amazing tools that fire crews have out here. There goes the water drop right there. Probably going to, cool down that hot spot and really damp down the brush down in front
at how much water that holds.
Fire line. And fire crews are really doing their best to keep this fire from inching further and further down Mandeville Canyon, closer to the road, because that's where all the homes are. And that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on as the day continues. Philip and Giovanna.
Well, Gabe, thank you. And it is so shocking to see nothing but gray and black ash, and the only color in the screen is the fire retardant, which is great news. But as we look at that map, you can get an idea of the roads and the topography and how it goes. But we also have this map, which can kind of show you perspective of what Gabe has been talking about. Here's the fire road that Gabe has been talking about.
So do you think they will actually find out how this started? Do you think they're ever going to find this out? You know, I know the cops said that they were going into these buildings, and every person that they look at, they're looking at as homicides. I find that super interesting. As they released Buddy after walking around with the torch, he got released. How are they going to get control? That's my question.
As soon as it starts to go uphill, that fire with the heat rising is going to dry out the vegetation that's in front, and it'll start to go faster. So that's the advantage of Mandeville Canyon Road right here. If they can stop it here, you actually have a great opportunity to save things on this side, which is here's Mountain Gate. But again, as Gabe was talking about, the concern right now is the spread north to south, and you still have open space right here, Mandeville Canyon open space, and there are so many homes down in.
Oh, it's true. It is so true. It's terrifying.
A very narrow street is from what I understand, as well as the fact that this area has not seen a wildfire in more than 5 decades, according to officials out here. A lot of fuel for these flames as they continue to inch closer and closer to more and more homes. Firefighters doing everything they can, both on the ground and in the air, to stop these flames from spreading. I want to show you these firefighters as we pan over here. There's a lot of fire crews and media here in this area, but there are some firefighters up and down this hillside trying to actively clear out the brush as well.
They're scrolling across the bottom, the different places that evacuations are in effect and the warnings.
They're actively trying to prevent these flames from coming to this residential neighborhood at this point. And so there are hand crews out here doing their best right now. They've been going up and down this neighborhood. It's hard to even get through the community here because of all the firefighters that are here. They are trying to, again, make sure that this area stays safe and that the flames do not get to this neighborhood. At the bottom of the hill, you have about 30 or 40 cars lined up as we were making our way up here that are trying to see if they can get back into their homes. Firefighters say those folks should get out of this area immediately. It is not safe to be in this area, of course, as you can imagine. And the message is, do not worry about returning to your home right now. Get out of the area by any means necessary. And so all those folks that are waiting down at the bottom of the hill, that's the message from first responders who we've been speaking to out here. But again, firefighters actively trying to protect these homes. As you can see, this hillside burned down earlier this morning, and the flames came rather close to these homes here. They were able to stop that thanks to the efforts of these firefighters out here. But now, again, the threat continues for these houses, and that's exactly why they are trying to do what they can on the ground to stop those flames from returning. And we've been looking at this hillside all morning long here with these flames popping back up, these hot spots you can see, and that is the real issue. Captain, I have the captain here with us. I'm going to just bring you in as we're live on air again. You know, we've seen those C-130s coming in this area here. Tell me about the latest that you have for us.
So we have had our VLATs. C-130 was here earlier. This last one was Tanker 10, one of our VLATs coming in. So the fire has been back burning down, and we've not only the helicopters, but our air tankers are in there trying to slow that down for crews to help defend some of those homes and help defend Mandeville Canyon up there.
Would you say there's any more level of control on this fire since we last spoke? I know it's moving and the winds, we've got a break right now. Would you say there's more control on that area over there?
Anytime the winds die down like this, it does give us a slightly, I don't want to say upper hand, but it allows us to get a better footing on that fire, on that piece of ground that we're working on.
So Paris Hilton, it looks like, has put on her Instagram what her house looks like at this point. Let's check her out. Sorry, guys, music. Look at that. Oh, la. Whoa. This one is in oh lordy, what the first one? She was in Palisades. Palisades
has been drones, civilian drones. So please remember, if the drones, if you're flying, we can't. Yeah. So we did have the.
Don't actually need to evacuate is really unfortunate as a kind word that they would use.
I think it's fair to say that people are still on edge, and rightfully so. Mm-hmm. Many people still in a state of panic. And when you get these alerts and it's wrong, it's extremely upsetting.
What you doing, guys?
I think we're looking at some inmate crews here.
Yep. And there's been some controversy, Bob, over the years about whether that program should continue and what to do with that. But as we've seen in this fire and so many fires over the years, those crews can be really valuable. And when we look at the way
California voters voted on this the last election, whether or not we should be able to use inmates for things like this.
Yeah. And they voted that we should.
They voted that we should.
Some people described it as like a slavery.
Right.
So what? Do you think they're all going to just stick around? I hope so.
You know, they had done a good job, it looks like, with brush clearance. Looks like we've got one of those fire nados, the fire tornado happening right there, because these fires create their own wind patterns.
I hope they show
it. We saw some of that really last night as well. But the homeowners, you know, one of the things that they can do, that they're advised, is to keep the area clear around their immediate home. And that seemed to have maybe helped the folks here.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating when you talk to people who are trying to prevent these fires. And
oh my God, look at how
the brush clearance is a big deal. A really quick map here, as we saw the Palisades fire to the east, the Eaton fire, and of course we're looking at the Hearst fire, which is largely contained there, and the Archer fire, and the Kenneth fire that is also burning. So multiple fires burning throughout our area, and all this red here is the evacuation zone that we're looking at. People still not allowed to return to their homes in this area, and it would almost seemingly seem like things seem great, and the winds have subsided, and then we see a situation like this where you see why mandatory evacuation orders might still be needed.
So the numbers of the Palisades fire, right now we're at over 21,000 acres burned, 11% containment. That is good that we're starting to see that number move up, but we still means we've got 89% to go. At least 5 people killed. That number probably will rise. More than 5,000 homes destroyed. We have had new evacuation alerts last night, new evacuation alerts this morning. That evacuation zone continues to grow. And as we saw that map of the evacuation zone a moment ago, think about the amount of people that live in that zone, and what a strange weekend it is in Southern California. You think about today's a beautiful day outside. If we didn't have, smoke and ash coming down on a normal day, people would be busy. They'd be, doing their outdoor weekend sports. They'd be playing golf. They'd be going for runs. They'd be going for hikes. They'd be doing barbecues outside. There was supposed to be a Laker game and a Clipper game today.
I'd be going to get
all these things are
football game
are not happening. Football game on Monday that was scheduled that has been changed. The Chargers are supposed to play this weekend. There's supposed to be a big gathering here in Southern California to cheer on the Chargers, who are in Texas. All that is not happening. The Chargers game will go on. The Rams are going to be playing in Arizona on Monday night. But you think about this weekend, and as a lot of people have driven around, it seems like a lot of roads are way emptier than normal, because a lot of people are either staying inside, or because so many many people have had to evacuate. There's a lot of people that just left town that have gone to friends or family members in other cities, not wanting to have the air quality issues, not being concerned about what's going to happen, and say, just get me out of here. And you notice that there is just a sort of a somber attitude that you see around Southern California that's very disorienting this weekend, a time when usually people would just be relaxing, and doesn't feel very relaxed right now.
It's had a major ripple effect and impact on the entire region. Not because you've got road closures. We had schools that were closed for several days, completely shut down. So families' lives are turned upside down. I had an opportunity last night to finally go grab some dinner. We went and grabbed some dinner. The restaurant said that they were one of the few that was really open in the area at the time. Lots of businesses were all shut down that were not even in these fire zones. He was telling me as a manager of this restaurant that part of the issue was the staffing, and that either people were concerned about going about, which is fair, or something was happening inside their homes, or they were near the evacuation zone. And so a lot of businesses have just decided to close shop for a while.
And if you close schools all of a sudden out of nowhere, a lot of people have childcare concerns too, and maybe they either can't afford a babysitter or a nanny or something like that, or they don't have access to it, or maybe they can't book them that quickly. So that, there's a ripple effect. And then you think about the long-term ripple effect. This was some of the closures on the 405 freeway, which remains open, but the off-ramps nearby do not. Sunset, Getty Center, Skirball, Wilshire, and Sepulveda, Olympic. So basically, if you're trying to go anywhere on the west side of Los Angeles, good luck. That's intended to keep people sort of where they are, and if they have to evacuate, they allow them to evacuate. Let's look at some of the evacuation areas that we're talking about, and bring that up on your screen. The new Palisades evacuation shelter, the Stoner Recreation Center, which is really a few blocks from where we're sitting right now, 1835 Stoner Avenue on the west side of Los Angeles is a gathering place. There's also an evacuation zone in the Cavalry Community Church in Westlake Village.
To the Stoner Recreation Center?
You can go either direction on the map, but that's another place where they not only can go for evacuation, but you can get services there and meet with city officials. And tonight is an opportunity to meet with community leaders if you're impacted by the Palisades fire.
I love it.
There's two different locations. The Cavalry Church, as we just mentioned, in Westlake. That'll be the center of one of them. And then the Oaks Gymnasium in Westlake Village. I believe that may be connected with, is that Oaks Christian, the school there? I'll double check that. That would make sense. But that area so far has been out of the woods in terms of this fire. That area was impacted by the Woolsey fire years ago. So far, Westlake Village, Thousand Oaks, Agora have been spared. And so they're trying to step up and help for all the people who have been impacted by this.
Some people are very fortunate to be able to, when they're displaced from the homes, to go into hotels. Not everybody is. And out in Pasadena, where the Pasadena Convention Center, which is now turned into their major evacuation center, there are hundreds of people. At last count, there are more than 1,000 people.
I think I might try to get a hold of one of these places that are holding all of the animals. As you know, animals they mean a lot to me. I wonder if there's any way for me to buy like some big bags of dog food and send it to these places. If anybody has any idea how a person might contact them, help the pets as well.
Effect throughout our region, and yeah, it's going to take a very long time. Again, we're still in this firefight stage, but once the firefight stage subsides and and all of our governmental entities are able to focus squarely on the recovery and trying to get people back on their feet, that will be the next really monumental
monumental
task ahead.
And by the way, I just did verify that Oaks Gymnasium is at the Oaks Christian School, which you can find right off the 101 freeway in the Westlake Village area if you need those services tonight and want to attend the community meeting.
Look at
Here we
how
go.
much
We
it
love
holds.
watching these. The Foscheck going down, helping to protect this neighborhood. Speaking of that rebuilding process, I was out in Pacific Palisades yesterday with Governor Newsom and talked to him about what's ahead. We know building in California.
Look at how much that covers. It just blankets it. I mean, do the whole perimeter. And then just do the perimeter. I'd imagine they don't want too many people rushing in from outside to help. Oh, I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada. I would just have to buy it and have it sent.
Complete and utter devastation, memories, mementos, traditions.
If that's what we were talking about.
Lifestyle, all of it gone.
Rebuilding, not going to be easy. We know building housing in California is not always easy. Yep. Is there red tape that you can cut through to make rebuilding here move faster? If so, what specifically is that going to look like?
We're looking at a series of executive orders. We're looking at a series of legislative pathways to absolutely focus and streamline all of that and really target. I want to do it statewide, of course. I've been working on this for years, 42 secret reforms. We've got to do more, but right now it's focusing on the rebuild and recovery. Of course, a big part of that is prepping the site, getting all the debris removal done, dealing with the hazardous waste, getting that done as quickly as possible.
Anytime he talks, and I'm not streaming, I'm watching, comments are always going blah, 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 blah. Is that the general feeling towards this guy?
Oh, is it? That there was no water to fight this fire in certain places. We were here, and basically these places just burned, and there was nothing that could be done. Yeah. Does the state have any responsibility in that? Is there more the state can do to make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what the letter's about. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's be transparent. Let's move this forward quickly. I'm not interested in the finger point. I want to know what the hell happened, and would it have mattered? I mean, let's be honest about it here. I've talked to all my experts, all the firefighters I've been with. They said we could add an engine on every house and 90-mile-an-hour winds with all the pressure in the world. So you got to be realistic about that as well. But still doesn't make it right. And I want to know when went wrong so it doesn't happen again.
Any bottom line message to the people of California tonight?
We care deeply about them. We have their back, and we're going to continue to come back until this is.
All the cutbacks that they did as far as fires go, it's just, let's listen.
These fires and saving lives, and any differences that we might have will be.
So pretty interesting, this.
But right now, our first and most important obligation to Angelenos is to get through this crisis.
Oh no! That was Mayor Karen Bass. After we heard from Governor Newsom and Bob, why don't we give a little context about what she was talking about there? Because that came out of nowhere for people that may not have been following the brouhaha yesterday, but it certainly seemed like a lot of people were.
I guess you could say there was a little drama when it comes to what was happening there. Yeah. And a different dynamic that was from the press conference earlier this morning. Mayor Bass addressing what appeared to be some conflict perhaps between, or at least a disagreement between her and the chief of the LA Fire Department, Chief Kristen Crowley, when the day prior, Chief had told our Gigi Grassi at first, and then following that, other media outlets that the cuts in the city LAFD budget to the tune of over $17 million. She said that the city had failed the department, the city, and the people of Los Angeles, and seemed to suggest.
So I'm just going to pause this for 2 seconds. When she did speak up, she did say everything. I still stand by what I said yesterday, which I found very interesting.
That it really did impact their preparations for what we now know to be a historic fire. Mm-hmm. And shortly after that, the mayor had summoned the chief into City Hall or into her office, and they had a discussion. There was some talk or some rumors that Chief Crowley had been dismissed.
Well, the Daily Mail reported that, and it went everywhere, and everybody is coming to us online. Why aren't you saying this? This has happened.
I thought it was going to dip.
Talked to the sources, and she was not fired.
And then it was just a different dynamic today when Chief Crowley does appear at the press conference, and they both say that they are on the same page, that they'd like to, that whatever differences they have, they're going to talk about privately.
Check this out, guys. It's just wild. They go, like, I think 30 feet above the water.
Politicians don't like it when they're publicly criticized. There's an argument that it creates problems for message discipline and all the rest of it, but this is kind of an amazing sight to watch as this happens, the refilling of this here. But they certainly weren't on the same page yesterday, based off of what we saw, and sort of
I think that's pretty clear.
Extraordinary candor to Gigi's interview, which just blew up all around the world of people following it, and then it seemed like Crowley would go on any media outlet that would have her. I mean, she was just really making a point to get this point out as much as possible, and it's clear that the mayor of Los Angeles didn't appreciate that. But
with so much widespread destruction, and unfortunately people are in immense pain, people are looking for answers, and people are unfortunately also looking to blame
and for somebody to blame.
And of course, you're going to turn to our city leaders, and they're going to wonder, were we in fact prepared? And to be fair, the mayor did say that this is something that we will be discussing in the future. So it is a topic that is not over, and it will be certainly addressed.
And Governor Newsom, who we just talked to, he's getting a lot of blame too, certainly from former President Trump and Speaker Johnson, who have both said that this fire is his fault, which of course he really does strongly disagrees with. Maria Quaban, as we look at these images, it is amazing to see the way that these aircraft work.
It's fascinating to see this. It is in and of itself, but also it brings us hope, right? Because it's so hopeful when we see each time they do this, that they're actually going to aggressively drop more water in that effort to fight the fire. I just want to add to that interview, which was so explosive yesterday, and we were all watching so with intensity, and we were just riveted. And there's also that question about the water and the Santa Ynez Reservoir, which was at this point in time was scheduled for maintenance, and so was empty at the time when
so
we all
say.
felt like, well, why?
Allegedly.
Right? That could have been used completely by the firefighters. And that was a question that was asked of Chief Crowley, and she said that there was no communication, at least to them, by DWP about that scheduled maintenance. And now if they had consulted with the National Weather Service or maybe the fire crews and talked about the dry conditions this season. My goodness, maybe they were working off of the last 2 years when we would typically be talking about an extremely wet month, right? December, January, February. January is typically the second wettest month of the year, behind February. And this year, very different from the last 2 years when we consider that this.
It is so sad just to see barren mountains, just barren. Everything's gone. It's just and like I said earlier, sadly, I think this is going to get much worse before it gets better. I'm not trying to be negative Nelly, but from what I'm seeing, I'm concerned. I'm really concerned.
Yesterday morning or the day before, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday was just incredible to see those ferocious winds, those destructive winds coupled with the very dry conditions outside. Relative humidity values were down in the teens and single digits at one point, and they've recovered a little bit last night. I mean, we had that onshore flow. I don't know if you felt it, Alex, at all, if you went outside. Going outside is definitely a problem. Did you smell it when you went out the door?
Yeah, and then I was in the zone yesterday with Governor Newsom as well, right in the middle of it, and it really, really is bad. But you can smell it here. You can smell it in our parking lot. We're in West LA, and even we have an underground parking lot, and it's all the air in the underground parking lot
and
is
you
full of it.
see the ash on the cars.
Yep.
You see it everywhere, and this is so toxic. We spoke again to a health expert and a doctor about the unhealthy, very dangerous air quality actually outside, particularly for those who have any upper respiratory issue. If you've got asthma or emphysema, if you have some kind of disease, this is just detrimental. And if you don't, this can certainly cause those kinds of things. So we encourage you to limit your activity outside. Just get in your car and go and get to where you need to go. I had a call from my son's coach about basketball practice, and I said, no, absolutely not, unless you're inside in a gym. This is just very bad air quality all across the board, not just where the fires are burning, but across SoCal from Ventura South into Orange County, the Inland Empire. I heard you talk about the, most destructive and the cost. I looked up these numbers here. Camp Fire is where we go, right, with the #1 deadliest, costliest fire in the state of California.
That would be right.
And that burned, over 18 structures, almost 20,000 structures.
Wow.
Eaton Fire is the second one with 7,000 structures right now. Tubbs Fire in 2017, you might remember that. Palisades now, I added the one because we saw with our very own eyes as it burned that home.
Yep.
So over 5,000 structures, but some preliminary estimates, which, by the way, the Camp Fire, they've been talking about maybe $12.5 billion.
Yeah, and that's Paradise for people that may be more familiar with that town of Paradise that was basically wiped off the map in that moment.
So many, hundreds of people died in that fire. They've adjusted for inflation. It's something like $12.5 billion. But now when we talk about the Palisades fire, where you see those multi-million-dollar homes, I mean, just the fires together, they're saying some estimates of 150 billion, potentially, dollars lost in these fires. So it's just staggering.
It is staggering.
Staggering.
It is. I tried to get a specific answer from Governor Newsom on that, and he said it's way too early to tell. And if we start throwing around numbers, everybody's just sort of guessing. But he said, because he had been to the Camp Fire at Paradise with President Trump, the head of Cal Fire I talked to also yesterday had been to the Camp Fire, and they both said that what you see in Pacific Palisades is actually worse. When you look at the scope of it, that it's the worst fire that they've ever been to.
Wow.
And in terms of just the scene and how upsetting it is to see it up close.
I have, I'm from Hawaii. You guys know
We're gonna
that.
pop over here, guys.
But as you guys were just talking to Councilwoman Tracy Parks, for the 1 in 5 people who still have a home, they're not going to be able to live there for quite some time.
Well, she finally was able to say for weeks at least to get back to the property.
Said months and years.
Correct.
And Lauren jumped in and was like, "Wait, you're telling us it could be years? No, that's
she did clear that up.
Not going to be okay." And what is a big problem is all these people who have been displaced, not only in the Palisades but those in Altadena as well from the Eaton fire. There are no properties available, and there's price gouging going on, and families are fighting with each other, saying, "No, we deserve this house because we have more kids." And I know this from several realtor friends of mine, and they're working very hard as well to try to get all of their clients into temporary housing and furnished places.
Disaster.
There's just not enough property.
Sorry, guys.
5 miles per hour. Now, later tonight at 6 p.m., we are anticipating a slightly stronger, or at least the start of some stronger winds, and high wind warnings will be going into effect in this area here. So firefighters I know are considering that, and there's a strategic plan. I'm sure they're the best in the country here, if not the world, and they are, they had some backfires earlier.
Let's talk now more about the strategy. Eric Scott, the captain with the LA Fire Department, is joining us live on the phone right now. Thank you for your tireless work on this. We appreciate the daily up. Okay, Apparently, we just lost his phone signal, Maria. As we know, phone signal in this area are so challenging.
Not surprising.
Captain Eric Scott working tirelessly since the beginning. We talked to him when this started Tuesday morning, when it erupted, when the winds were just beginning to get strong. And I remember him saying how, if you see something, say something, because if you do not extinguish a fire or get to it within the first 20 minutes with the weather conditions we were in, it was going to explode exponentially. And that's exactly what it did.
Exactly.
Gigi Graciette has reestablished her shot. She moved to a different location there within the Palisades fire in Mandeville Canyon. Gigi, where are you? What can you tell us?
We're on Cordelia here in Mandeville Canyon, and joining me now live, Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua with CAL FIRE. He's obviously keeping a close eye on the fire. We are again on Cordelia, right above Mandeville Canyon. I mean, this has just been an intense firefight.
That's right. You can see the coordinated effort we have with the firefighters on the ground, working with our aviation assets, the helicopters, the large air tankers, dropping retardant, doing everything we can to protect these houses down below.
Now, we were talking, you and I, about those very large air tankers. We're talking about CAL FIRE assets. You brought in that very large air tanker contracted for this specific fire. And actually, I even see a hand crew way down there on the hillside. I don't know, Armando Hernandez, photographer, before I go back to you, Brent, if you could pan over to the left, actually down there in the bushes, we see hand crews. That is extremely challenging work.
Yeah, that's part of the attack. We go direct on this fire line. We cut fire line directly on it while the aircraft drop above us and slow the fire down.
And, you know, folks that are watching, obviously they're evacuated. Most have left. Some have stayed behind. They may be watching us right now. They may live right here on Cordelia. Describe to me what is going on up the street. I see strike teams basically stationed at every single house to protect that home.
That's right. We've really surged our resources into this area. We don't want to lose any more houses. That is our #1 goal. We don't want anything like we saw the first 2 days of this fire.
No.
These conditions are way more favorable. We're used to fighting fire like this, so we're ready to take the fight to the fire.
The challenge tonight, those changing winds, we're going to get more Santa Anas again in a few days. Tonight, I think we go on fire weather watch. There has to be a lot of concern on behalf of firefighters.
Absolutely. We know these winds are predicted, and we've been treating these last two and a half days to our advantage with the favorable conditions. So it's all hands on deck to get this fire contained.
And we're waiting actually for that VLAT that is probably refueling, and we say refueling, but restocking itself with fire retardant, which it's been putting on the hillside, trying to prevent this fire from continuing to move. Because down there in Mandeville Canyon, I don't know, photographer Armando, if you could actually show us the homes to the right of where we're seeing a little flame, nothing compared to what we saw earlier. And you can see this burn scar. I mean, these entire hillside, this was just raging this morning.
That's right. And I can feel the wind kind of changing right now as we're speaking. So we have to take that all into account and close the back door, if you will, on this fire so that it doesn't start running in the opposite direction.
And you have firefighters on the front lines, and behind the scenes, you've got firefighting administration and specialists really doing almost mathematical calculations, trying to figure out, okay, if it shifts this way, if it goes this way at 20 miles per hour, predicted gusts. I mean, it takes a lot of work.
Right. We have our field observers, we have our meteorologists, all working together for one goal, and that's to contain this fire, lose no life, lose no more structures, and put this fire to bed.
How stressful was it this morning when the fire was just burning through these hills, knowing that this is such a densely packed hillside community? Sadly, you and I were talking, we've already lost one home here this morning, obviously trying to prevent any more loss, but it must have been extremely stressful when this fire was raging.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to lose any more houses, and we're sad that we did lose one, but we knew we had the resources to surge in here. We knew we had the aircraft, and we were in for a fight, and we knew we had conditions in our favor.
What is that wind doing right now? What does that tell you by the way that smoke is going up?
So you can tell the wind is starting to switch. We had a wind blowing from the east to the west, and now it seems to be calming down and actually turning from offshore to now maybe onshore. So we have to keep that in mind for what's on the east side of this fire, which we do have another surge of engines on that side of the fire already stationed in case this were to happen.
And last night in the San Fernando Valley, it was a very stressful
It's a
night as the
rumor.
fire just touched that ridge above communities like Sherman Oaks, Encino, Tarzana, Encino, under a mandatory evacuation order. And folks could see those flames as far away as maybe 8 miles. People in Van Nuys were texting, should we start evacuating? Should we start packing? I mean, it was a very long and stressful night, not only for the firefighters on the front lines, but for the folks who call the San Fernando Valley home.
For sure. Yeah, I saw it last night from the freeway, and at night, the glow always looks a lot bigger. And it.
Oh, you know what? With that said about the chief getting fired, maybe she will after this is done. Like you say, the prying eyes to go away. But I mean, maybe she shouldn't have spoke out. I don't know. But you have to imagine how frustrating that would be to see all these people that you're responsible for and they have no water. So I think it's coming though. Yeah, it very much, I mean, it could. And I don't know that the mayor should be saying a lot because she might follow suit. A lot of people want her gone as well. So I don't know.
To these fights, especially when you have to fight from the air.
That's right. And they have new technology as far as dropping the retardant. It is pressurized. So it's not just falling out of the tank. It actually is pressurized and it's getting through the brush, hitting the ground and making it that much more effective.
And that's exactly what you want.
That's right.
All right. Thank you so much, Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua, CAL FIRE. Thank you so much for speaking to us and telling us what's going on. I'm going to continue just quickly.
Jumping.
The reservoir. So as you mentioned, that wind coming from the Pacific Ocean, rushing onshore, and that really shoved the fire farther north.
I didn't see
We had been
that.
here all week watching
Dandy.
this fire, and you know, for about a day, it would take about a day to make its way about
I
a
agree,
mile.
Wendy.
And with that onshore flow, it traveled much quicker than that, all the way up to Dirt Mulholland. There was a time where we thought there's no way it's going to make it to Dirt Mulholland.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way.
Oh,
And then
agree,
next
Trace.
thing you know, that onshore flow comes and it just rushed right straight towards Dirt Mulholland. And, you know, fortunately we had all those water dropping helicopters that were running along the fingers here. So along those trails that I know so many people, including yourself, love to enjoy, you know, biking, hiking along Temesco Canyon.
Is where the petition for pass is.
The areas here of Mandeville Fire Road, and that's exactly where this fire has been burning. That's kind of has been giving us a gauge as to how far east and west the fire has burned. So we'll watch a fire, you know, one of the ridge lines. There's, let's see here. Let me give you an example here. So, you know, you got the Sullivan Fire Road here, and then you got the Mandeville Fire Road here. So we've been watching these ridge lines as well as the firefighters over the past couple of days to kind of gauge the progression of the fire.
I don't know. How many ways out of these areas do they have? That's something that concerns me as well. You don't want people trapped.
There in the center of the screen, and then next thing you know, it just starts rushing further and further to the east. So here we are burning on all sides of the burn area. This on the northwest corner. We just saw the southeast corner in Brentwood burning this morning, and all along the east edge of Mandeville Canyon. And if it manages to make it through that area, then it's going to start making its way towards the 405. And I know they're certainly trying to prevent that.
Right.
Kai, I'll send it
You know,
back to you.
one before we let you go again, what concerns me here, and we saw this happening at the Eaton fire and then what had happened is the fire started to the east, near and above the Duarte, Sierra Madre areas, above Arcadia. And later on the night, earlier the following morning, the winds did a little bit of a switch and it traversed, if you will, towards the west, towards Arcadia. Wow. We've seen that happen quite a few times. A similar flow took place in the Pacific Palisades, where you saw it sort of traverse towards the Malibu area, hitting a lot of those beach homes along the beach. What concerns me here is as the afternoon moves on, the winds begin to pick up, the fire is going to get stronger, the air is going to become much drier. The possibility, Rich, for this fire to traverse and go a little bit further towards areas like Tarzana, Woodland Hills, also out towards the Topanga Canyon area, where right now we've already got little pockets of fire within the canyon
And
itself.
that's all burned.
Do you see fire crews, because I know that there are boots on the ground, do you see them sort of setting up? Is there a strategy that you've even heard over the radios that
I'd
they're
imagine.
starting to formulate so that does not occur?
As far as hand crews, strike teams, as far as being set up, for right now, as far north as I can gauge, they're set up all along Dirt Mulholland. I'm not sure how far to the west they are. You can see Topanga Canyon off in the distance, but I'm sure they're setting up well ahead. That's why we had those evacuation warnings. We had those evacuation orders. They were
It's been a bad
they
year.
weren't messing around last night when they said
We're
all
only
of
11
Encino
days in.
over there by the Encino Reservoir, from Reseda Boulevard all the way to the 405, Ventura Boulevard all the way down to Sunset. A pretty wide stretch when you really think about it.
And I mean,
but
it's January 11th.
They didn't want to leave anything on the
Fire?
table. It was here's the warnings.
Wow.
This fire is moving quick. We have winds on the way, so be prepared. And then they're going to plan around that as well. And they have not only are they fighting the fire with all the resources on the ground and in the air, but they also have they're also surveying from up above fixed-wing aircraft. So they're getting satellite imagery, and they are infrared, all that. They're mapping it out. So they are going to set up well ahead of where the advancement of the fire is. And now that we are on, I believe it's day 5 now of this fire, we've had all those additional resources just pour in from neighboring states and counties and some assistance from other countries. So now we're starting to get those resources we need in place.
Canada.
And it's so far, honestly, it's made a difference now that I've seen all these aerial assets overnight and into the morning.
Snow on the ground
this
too,
morning,
Sarah.
we had 10 helicopters flying this fire. Has that number increased in terms of asset availability, or have you seen a switch, or and how are all of these aircrafts, these helicopters, these fixed wings, how are they being coordinated?
They are being coordinated from the incident commanders on the ground. I mean, you get such a wide area like this that it takes multiple people. You got people that are perched up on the ridge lines. Like for example, over here by the Nike missile site, the old Nike site here. You got a home base here. There's going to be some like a home base set up. A lot of these these are positions of advantage where they can start radioing and communicating with the air units that are overhead. But it takes multiple people, and then you have the air attack and then the hell attack. So it's really just a coordinated effort. So when you see
these airplanes, helicopters,
aircraft, they're flying,
impressive.
Back to back and in somewhat of an assembly line, almost like a train going through here. That's a lot of coordination. It's really just like a symphony. It's remarkable how efficient they can be.
Absolutely.
And one thing that stood out last night as I was watching all those airdrops throughout the night, and there was 10 aircraft fighting one section of the fire, and I don't think I've seen that throughout the other days of them fighting this Palisades fire. I mean, there was a day or so, at least a half a day and a half, where the winds were so extreme that they couldn't use those assets. But then on the days where they could, we would see a few in this area, a few over here. But then last night, when you had just an assembly line of all those helicopters that were flying along Mandeville Canyon and were able to prevent it from pouring into those homes overnight, it was quite a sight to see, and I hope we continue to see that.
Rich, can we talk about the FOSS check on the homes? Because we have a lot of viewers that are tuning in to see if they can spot their house. Sadly, one homeowner had to likely watch their house burn down on live television. But are you confident in your experience covering these fires that these homes that are covered with the pink FOSS check on their roofs right now, are they likely to be spared if the flames do act up again? I can tell you that I have a cabin in Running Springs, and when the line fire hit in September, the flames came right up basically to the street below my house. And because there was the Phos-Chek line, the cabin was saved. So I'm just wanting to give some comfort, even though it's going to be a mess for them to clean up, just knowing that hopefully their home is safe.
Yeah. It's a help.
I think it certainly gives them a fighting chance.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. You can see the fire that's up above on the ridge line. So let's just guess 50 to 100 feet right above those homes, and this one right here in the middle that has some Phos-Chek. I don't think this them laying the line of retardant across let's say this particular home, it's just kind of
help the lodge.
It's in the past, so it's not deliberate. It's just that it's just along the line where they dump that Phos-Chek, that retardant, and honestly, it's it's probably going to work in the favor of that home.
Yeah.
Any of that debris and those ashes, the brush that comes crumbling down the hillside, has a less opportunity to get into that roof and catch fire. But as we heard earlier from the fire chief that we were speaking with, Phos-Chek or the retardant does not put out fire. It just helps slow down the spread that gives the firefighters more time to respond.
Yeah, hard to watch,
these areas, right? And oftentimes, the fire might get to this point, it just smolders and it just fizzles out. So to answer your question, I think it certainly gives itself a fighting chance.
Yes.
25 years of covering breaking news here in Los Angeles.
Wow.
I've learned not to underestimate and rule out anything when it comes to Mother Nature. Exactly.
That's it.
Fires. I'll tell you what, I underestimated this fire even this week when I saw the progress.
I sure did.
Yesterday. I was personally covering the fire until about 2-3 o'clock. I'd say about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I saw a nice containment line that was well south of Mulholland, Dirt Mulholland. I thought, you know what, they're going to take out this, no problem. And then next thing you know, as I'm driving home, I see the huge plume from the northern portion of the San Fernando Valley, and within a matter of 12 hours.
I cannot believe how much air resources they have. Every time they go in a little bit, they, I can count 4 or 5, and I know that that's not probably even half of them because of all the smoke.
So we can see what is happening with the flames. You were showing us one location. And Kai, we were seeing earlier with the winds, in one moment they go one direction and the next moment they're swirling in another because of the canyon. Can you talk more about the topography as you were mentioning?
Yeah, well, what I was telling Rich is the fingers. So if you imagine you put your 5 fingers out on a table flat, that's how these ridges and canyons look. They are just fingered out, and they make their way from the top of Encino and Tarzana out towards the Palisades, out towards the Topanga area. And within those fingers are valleys and little crevices,
game to Arizona,
and unfortunately, and homes and lots of beautiful homes and secluded, wonderful places, and that's why people love living in these areas because of the beauty. But the problem is that not only you're down there in the crevice with only one way in and one way out sometime, but this fire creates its own weather pattern at times.
They
and
do.
When you get the fire down in a gully, in a cavern, in a fingered-like area, the rotation and the twirl, we've seen some of those fire devils.
Last night,
those took place last night. And when those start to whip up and around, then you see the fire change directions. It begins to go uphill, and that is bad because when fires go uphill, they move much faster. And
it's just wild to see. They're just like little tornadoes of fire. I had never seen such a thing.
On this afternoon and through the night and into tomorrow morning, are the winds getting stronger? And what really concerns me is now the possibility of ember spread.
Right, ember cast.
That's really the dangerous part. We're not seeing as much of that right now because the direction is beginning to change to offshore. So the winds are not strong, but later on this afternoon, some of these flames will begin to get a little bit stronger.
So that's the thing. They refuse to do water management to save the smell. As you're saying, everything's poisoned. And can you imagine how many smelts ended up being picked up in the oceans and dumped on fires at this point? We've probably lost more smelt trying to contain a fire than they ever would have. It's just unreal. Unreal.
Fire. And some of these embers can get
Save
caught
those
up in an
smelt.
attic, in an awning, somewhere in a tree, in a palm tree.
We always use smelt for fish bait, to be honest. I don't know.
Gust of wind catches up to some of these embers and they explode and they catch fire.
When I was out on PCH yesterday, I was with someone as they checked out their home that is completely gone. Everything is still on fire. There were embers
pretty close to that tower,
the size of watermelons on the beach that were flaming, and it's just smoke everywhere. So there's big gusts. But the good news about the winds that's coming Monday through Wednesday and even tonight, it won't be as strong, right, as the 70-mile-per-hour winds, which was really what prohibited firefighters from their firefight on Tuesday night.
Monday into Tuesday
night,
and Wednesday. Yeah, that was. I continue to say this to people here, our colleagues, people at home watching us. That was a once-in-a-lifetime event. You most likely will never see that happen again in your lifetime, thankfully, because we saw some wind gusts that were hurricane-force winds. They're up to 93, 95 miles per hour, and not just the mountains, but down
and you predicted that was going to happen, but did it pick up even more
yes,
so?
and Rich alluded to that too. He just was talking about last night, underestimating, and we tend to do that as forecasters because one, we don't want to scare everybody. Two, you want to get closer and closer to the day of the event. And the closer you get to the day of the event, the data begins to come in. And you can see the direction of the winds. You can see the force of the atmosphere, the way that the cold air. Now, this is all generated by cold air that is coming from the high deserts. And once that cold air makes its way up over the mountains, and it begins to descend.
I'm glad you guys know I'm a little
twisted. It begins to warm up, and we eventually see these winds getting stronger and stronger as they head towards the beach communities. So,
are cold Santa Anas worse than warm Santa Anas?
Santa Anas are bad in general, but typically the compression is a little bit worse. Yeah, when that air is a little bit cooler or cold in nature. And that is very dangerous. And we're seeing that occurring, and we're going to see more of it, unfortunately.
I just hate to see all this burn.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, as well as Wednesday. Here's a look at the winds for you right now. You can see out to the San Fernando Valley near the Van Nuys area, the fire lines. This is what is concerning. We're starting to see the winds beginning to increase. Look at Van Nuys, 22-mile-per-hour sustained wind speeds. And of course, we're looking at the high wind warning. But right now, as you can see, the high wind warning until we get to 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, a little bit more isolated to these areas near the Eaton.
So I'm not sure, but I have heard about these fault lines maybe becoming a little more active, which is scarier. Same thing with possibilities of earthquakes.
But he just broke down into tears speaking with me because he said he's devastated because his community, his other neighbors, they lost everything. And that is so important to remember. Not only did people lose their homes, but everything inside of it. You have to think of all of the items you accumulate throughout your lifetime and the memories they represent. All of that is gone, Phil.
It's so important in times like these, Jacqueline, to have people like him. Thank you for bringing us his story. Even though we had trouble hearing him, you described his essence and what he said beautifully. I know the Attorney General has come out and warned people against price gouging, but I also want to talk about this water issue. Local fire officials telling us they're also concerned about the water supply. What's happening there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for one thing, you can see the water flowing out of these pipes. When fires burn down structures, and if they have a sprinkler system, that water supply does not shut off, and that impacts the water pressure for the firefighters here in Los Angeles. That has been an issue. Then there was a local reservoir that was shut down before the fire occurred, and that, of course, could have been more water for firefighters when they were doing their drops, when they were using those air tankers. So that has added to frustration. And I actually just spoke with a resident not only did her house burn down here in Altadena, but she and her family were on top of her grandmother's roof using garden hoses, those gallons of water to try to put everything out. She said the water supply just shut off. We have frustrations about firefighters who tried to use the fire hydrants and those were empty. So there are just a lot of questions, Phil.
Yes,
we don't have
there
those answers
are.
yet, but there is just mounting frustration among residents and, of course, those first responders who are doing their best to either fight the fires or who lost everything, as you can see. So we're just going to have to see, what the city and what the officials have to say. Phil.
A lot of questions we're all looking for answers to in the coming days, weeks, and months. Jacqueline Lee, thank you so much.
I agree with you.
I want to get a check on the weather conditions now. WABC meteorologist Jeff Smith is here. Jeff, we
are around right now. I don't see any particularly in view, and I think the DC-10 tanker might be doing another lap around. Hopefully,
These
like
guys
we
aren't
said,
very loud.
do another drop very shortly.
I agree with
It
you,
would be
Sarah.
pretty
Yeah.
amazing if we see that. I see the
Look
DC-10
at that
flying
topography.
right over Upper Encino right now, and the lead plane is doing a tight turn around that hillside. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something on this pass, because I keep kind of
Here he goes.
teasing what we're going to see, because it is just an awesome site, and if they can utilize all of these resources and really get this this line of fire retardant right where they need it, that can be exactly what fire crews need. As we said, as the fire creeps downhill, it's slowly going downhill, and that is a very important thing to see. You see the lead plane dropping a little bit of smoke there. The DC-10 pilot is following that smoke, and
There we go.
There you see the fire retardant drop starting.
Straight across.
He's going to continue.
Nice.
He's going to keep going.
Look
He
at
said that
that.
he dropped a line of fire retardant
Incredible amount.
long, and wasn't that just amazing?
That's
right
amazing.
There in the canyon, right there, probably on top of some of those homes, but that will serve as an extra layer of protection on the hillside here at Mandible Canyon. 12,000 gallons of fire retardant that DC-10 can hold.
Wow. 5,000 gallons.
I think so. I think we're going to see one or two more drops from this DC-10. You're going to see a couple more drops from the C-130 Hercules aircraft that is out here. Those aircraft can't do lines quite as long, but I think we're going to see probably one more trip from that DC-10, and then that DC-10 has to go.
They'll hit that up right there.
You do
Nice drop, Mr. Pilot.
I think that that line that we saw was maybe kind of in the.
You see that fire retardant? It's worked there. It's nothing's touching it.
Because I don't really see it too much on the ridge. You see there that pink outline. I think that was from an earlier drop, and I think right there in the center of your screen, that's the Foscheck that we just saw dropped there, pretty much right on Mandible Canyon, which is helpful. That will help prevent, if any embers come
I agree
down
with that. They should have gotten
that will
worldwide help
serve
within
as
hours.
that will slow the process.
That's
of
it,
those
Keza.
embers
Got to
catching
get her done
those
before the
properties on
winds pick
fire.
up.
The DC-10, they're flying through the center of your screen there.
Can you guys hear him
I'm
okay?
not sure
it's
if
not
it's going to
the
try
best
and make
audio.
another pass right now. It's not immediately leaving the area, but it is kind of turning around. And
they'll probably go right.
Been, having a pattern, so to speak, of going from north to south. So the fact that it's going from south to north right now, I'm not sure what it's going to do. But at some point, they will need to reload, and they will have to go to either Oxnard or Foxfield in Palmdale. That's where they have crews with equipment that can refill this aircraft in pretty quick order. We did see the DC-10 here earlier, and then it left for about 30 minutes, and then it came back. But on this very flight, we saw the DC-10 on this very flight that we've been up here in Air 10 for the Air 7, excuse me, for the better part of the last hour and a half here. We've seen the DC-10 make a couple drops, and then it left for a little bit, and then we just saw it come back.
Okay.
So I see it flying away, passing over Tarzana and Woodland Hills, so I'm not sure if it's going to come back and do another drop while we're up on this flight. It's probably on its way back to get refueled there, as Marcel keeps the camera focused on this Ventura County Firehawk here, probably about to make another water drop as the fire continues to creep down the western hillside of Mandible Canyon Road.
Yeah, that could be scouting. It could be scouting, Sarah. Yeah. I can't believe what we are seeing. I know how far into this we are, but I am still bloody amazed at what we're seeing. Wendy. And those are my favorite things. I love watching those.
It appears that home
I'll
is
stream
quite
them
a ways
if I can.
uphill. It's on a driveway and it's on a hill, and there's a lot
I've
of
got a
brush
playlist in
around
the think tank with
that
some
around that home.
chases.
And the homes next to it are good. You know, they're not that far away, but they're downhill. There's a good distance from them. So
Me
hopefully,
too.
you know, with all of these airdrops and the airdrops on the property itself to try and knock down some of the heat from that fire, as you see it kind of being, you know, obscured by smoke at this point, because well, hopefully a lot of that smoke is coming from the water drops on the flanks of the fire a little bit.
I think it is. I think that's exactly what that is, because it's
kind of a white smoke or a gray smoke, so not that dark black smoke that we were seeing a little bit earlier. But to answer your question specifically, it looks like homes, there aren't any homes.
I know, right, Wendy? I know.
Burning, so hopefully
Oh,
firefighters
1,
can
2.
hold it there and prevent it from
They're just everywhere. I love it.
In the Mandible Canyon area.
I know. He won a lot of freaking money. Like, didn't he win something like $2 billion or something like that? It is, Dandy. It's heartbreaking. I mean, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's somebody with a little tiny shack like me, or if it's one of these mansions. It's just sickening.
Copy.
It's like, oh, right. The chases are fun. I miss them a lot for whatever reason. But yeah, they're one of my favorite things to stream. Oh, there we go. I got a couple more coming in. So I think that all that white is basically from the fires being put out. That's my thoughts.
Wow.
I think that's at 1, 2, 3 in that little picture there in that frame.
Yeah. Simon Desker 7, we're going to start making our way away from this, but we'll hold a picture as long as we can. Yeah, we're good.
Little spot fires over there. Another one there. Ah, good job. Sploosh. Right on top of it. Yep.
We're done. We gotta go.
See? And then it comes up with this pretty much white, clear smoke. I'm not sure where these guys are going.
Copy. We'll hold a shot as long as we can.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it almost sounded like they were going to leave.
We'll hold the shot. Oh, how long? A couple more minutes, because we're descending pretty quickly.
Look at that. Oh, wow. There's got to be like some type of air traffic controller out there. There has to be. There's so much in the air. I can't see how there wouldn't be. Lizzie, these girls. I want a cookie. I want a cookie. Mom, mom, mom. I want a cookie. Mom. It's like a kid when you're on the phone.
Copy, clear, thank you.
Mom. Okay, I'm going to give you guys one, and then you're just going to bug me for more. You know how this works. Yeah, I like to see that white plume come out because you know that they got it.
I think realistically about 30, like 20.
You know, when we had to clean it up, we got most of it off. I mean, it was a long, long process. Look at this, guys. Sploosh. It took a long time to get it scraped off. But you know what? It was worth it. It was still there. But yeah, not the easiest stuff to get off. We had to scrape with like paint scrapers. So do I, Dandy. Love the little valley towns.
They are in there.
Yeah, that white smoke, when you see that, that's a good thing. And you look all over the sky and most of it is white, a good thing. Not like we were seeing the last couple of days where it comes up and it's like this. Look at the
O2
black.
or on the,
See?
on the...
Look at the black that comes from the fires. It is so toxic.
Look at this.
We're looking. What are you showing us?
How's Eaton?
Oh.
Do you think they forgot about this? Yeah.
Yeah, they would need a little bit of water or some red goop. It seems pink. The stuff that
What has Eaton been doing?
what I've had to scrape off was like probably more the red stuff. It was kind of reddy brown. That is very close to the fire road, Wendy. Very close. A lot of Highway 101 is without facilities. Thanks, Keza. Yeah, they got spot fires that they need to hit up before they turn into anything. As soon as you start seeing that black smoke, get over there and get her done. There we are. Is this the guy that's...
Oh, yeah, there they go.
There they go. Thanks for being here with me, you guys. I really appreciate it. On the crime den, I am going to do a little bit of everything. See if we can't get hubby involved a little bit. So do sub up to the crime den.
I trust you.
Oh, looky.
Yeah, me too. Did you bring something? After?
Yeah, they got to kind of get over there. Look at that black shit. Oh, sorry, YouTube. Shite.
Simon Desker 7.
Oh, you're welcome, Wendy. I'm glad to have you. We all are. Oh, I know what I need.
I'll get on with you when we land, but we're going to need to extend the break a little just because the pilot needs to eat, and we'll just need to take a couple more extra minutes on the ground. I told them 11:30 earlier. That's probably going to be closer to 11:45 because we're still not even air traffic control hasn't even let us like fully descend yet.
That. So are they leaving?
Copy.
Jeez. Oh, me too, Pam.
If you're wondering, this is the west side of the fire. Lots of fire activity coming on the west side of the fire, but not too many homes in this area.
Oh my goodness. So it looks like they've lost one house today, which is a lot better than what was going on down in Palisades. It's the Palisade fire is now kind of pushing itself towards Brentwood is what seems to be going on. So 13 people missing and 22 arrested for the wildfires. What a sight. It's sadly it's beautiful.
Are they trying to talk to me
destructive?
On microwave?
Could go without
Go
it.
me
Oh, okay then.
Water advisory here also. So this is East Los Angeles. It's a civic center. So it's a meeting place for this community here. There are many other resources available on a typical weekday. So it's a very central place to have this kind of distribution. And unfortunately, we have a lot of practice with this with the pandemic. We were here during the pandemic. This is one of the distribution sites ongoing to help the community. So that's kind of what's going on here. And it's basically a 4-hour kind of deal where people are coming this morning, and it'll wind down mid-afternoon. And we expect we'll be seeing many more of these types of distributions in the coming days and weeks.
All right, that is so very good. So
that's good.
Swap them out with fresh crews that have gotten some sleep the day before, and then they'll work 24 hours. And the crew that goes off will get their 24 hours down. Even after the fire's put out or we've controlled a certain section of the fire, firefighters will continue to work in that area to eliminate any sort of threat.
Yeah, they're going to go with the water, bottled water.
Still have some potential to take off and then threaten the communities once again. So we want to make sure before we ever lift any sort of evacuation orders, we make sure that the infrastructure is back up and running and that hasn't been damaged. And if it has, we'll work with local officials or local governments to replace the infrastructure or fix it. And then as firefighters, we'll eliminate any sort of hazardous trees or power lines. We'll work with PG&E or the energy company out in this area to ensure that all that is fixed before we allow people to come back in, because we don't want to lift evacuation orders prematurely, let people back in, and then have some sort of other accident or flare up happen once again, and then have to evacuate those people once more. So before we let people back in, we want to make sure that the area is 100% safe to allow people to return to their homes. So even though once we knock down the fire activity, we'll still stay on this fire until we know for a certainty that there's no risk to the communities anymore.
Several steps going forward. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for being here as well, and keeping people safe and doing what you're doing. We really appreciate you talking to us this morning. But that is the very latest of what's happening here in this neighborhood, Mountain Gate area. Does look a little calmer. Still seeing a lot of the smoke, but we're not seeing as much active fire in the hillsides right now, just small spots. But as we've seen throughout the morning, that can change based on the conditions. So firefighters here keeping an eye on the homes. And once again, as they're saying, if you are in one of those areas, it's better just to be out. Give firefighters that space they need to do what they need to do to keep people safe first and property then. And reporting here in Brentwood, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All righty.
Our focus right now. Naomi, thank you so much for clarifying. So we'll keep an eye out for some of those FEMA representatives as we continue to spend time here at this Red Cross shelter and ask those questions. But as of right now, I have not seen those FEMA representatives, and neither have Naomi.
Liz, that is good to know. Thank you very much, Liz, so we could clear that up. So if they end up in the field where right now we're not seeing them, they did mention in that press conference that the easiest way to start your application process is disasterassistance.gov, but many people don't have access to the internet right now. So that is a very real need to maybe sometime in the very near future, actually.
This is the thing, like they give all of these things. Get on this website, get over here on this website. And it's like, they have no power, let alone internet.
That they may be there.
Yeah.
We don't know.
But to be clear, disasterassistance.gov, they've already had 16,000 applications. So if you need assistance, that might be the best place to start if you can get internet.
And it'll be a daunting process, so start as soon as you can. Yeah. We want to check in with Shayla Girardin for the latest on the forecast of these winds. Shayla?
Yes, and we are getting a little bit of a break from the winds right now, especially for some.
It's crazy. So imagine how dry that is.
And dry, and not only that, but if you were to sort of dissect a tree, like what we're looking at, any of these trees, when you break them open, there's a lot of there's fuels inside. It's very dry, and there's oils, and those oils can become quite flammable, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing some of those oils mixed with the dry wood just catching quite quickly, and unfortunately, this is the big issue we're dealing with, the low relative humidity values. It is so quick to just spark off and move. And we're seeing smoke on the left-hand side of your screen. Right there in the middle, though, just above the fireplace and the power lines, you see that retardant strike. You see it, it's a paint strike.
It kind of looks like that's on fire now.
Well, what it does, and Rich
we don't want
talk to
that.
that, it doesn't stop the fire. It slows the fire down. It hopefully prevents the fire from jumping or the spread of the fire.
And now
So
everything's sort of connected, and now it looks like a bigger fire.
The electricity tower, the lines if we could pan to the left, whoever the photographer is, the flames looked like they were about to chew that up, although the smoke now
visually it looks like that, but that's well behind that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's well behind that. But what they're also doing is, I'm certain that the electric companies, these lines are now de-energized. So if the fire were to hit one of these lines and they were to fall, they would not spark off additional fires. So they've de-energized a lot of these lines. They put out alerts to the people in these communities from Encino to Sherman Oaks, Studio City, and then back along the 405 towards the Getty Center. Hey, you might have your power out for 24 hours. We'll let you know when it's coming back on. So that's one of the things they do to prevent the fires from
Can't
spreading
even make
further
ice. There's no
if
water.
those lines were to catch, if they were to break, separate, and hit the ground. But we're unfortunately seeing a lot of dark smoke there on the left-hand side of our screen, and I don't like that.
No,
there are a lot of properties in that particular area, a lot of homes, and there's a tennis court, a rather large tennis area near there as well. I do know, I hike down to there quite often. Of course, that's not burning because it's just concrete, but there are a number of homes that are right across from that tennis court, and they're in this vicinity. I hope to not alarm anybody if you are watching this. We don't know for sure. This has not been confirmed, but there are multiple residences in this particular area here in the Mountain Gate community. And unfortunately, Mountain Gate is right up against Sepulveda Boulevard, as well as the 405. So we are now getting a little bit concerned for this fire to go further and further to the east. We don't want it to jump over the 405. We don't want it to make its way up near the Skirball Center, which is also there. There are a number of schools as we watch that big water drop, that tanker overhead, and they're scouting, they're hunting and pecking, if you will. They're taking a look at where the fires are breaking out. There's the spotter plane in front of that DC, and that spotter plane is saying, okay, here's where we're going to go and do the next drop.
And oftentimes,
are you
Rick Chambers joining us now
here?
Yeah, if they could
offer his
number 8,
perspective,
that would be great.
We can hear you.
And you guys are speaking about aircraft, and all morning since 6 o'clock this morning, we saw a C-130, multiple C-130 aircraft, Chinooks, sponsored by SoCal Edison. He had fixed wing aircraft. I mean, it started with 4 to 5 overnight. We thought that was great because it's so different than what we saw with the Palisades fire when it first started days ago. And then now it's turned into, I mean, dozens of water drops at this point. Can we get the video up? Because it looks like these flames have been slightly more contained than a couple of minutes ago.
We also saw a lot of planes coming down from Canada.
Yes.
They helped tremendously for the Pacific Palisades fire. They were able to scoop up the ocean water and dump it right on that fire. So that was extremely helpful. But we've seen assets coming in from Kern County, assets coming in from Arizona, New Mexico, San Francisco, everywhere. This is all hands on deck.
But you know, our area, our viewing area in the Southland covers so much territory with some 7 counties. I feel like we're going to need resources, way more resources with this upcoming windstorm with Monday to Wednesday, because we just don't know where other fires could spark.
Well, you know, we'll talk about that as the afternoon moves on, but there is a quote unquote war room, and everybody is there. They're huddled up with the firefighters. They are planning strategically. They know exactly where these assets need to go, how many need to go here, there, everywhere. And they are doing a spectacular job, and they are stretched extremely thin between the San Gabriel Valley, the Santa Monica Pacific Palisades area, Topanga Canyon, Malibu Canyon, and now here up above Encino.
Well, the San Gabriel Valley, I think, is about 80% contained at this point. So I think they're just in there pretty much mopping up at this time.
They are.
We do want to show the video that earlier this morning at around 6 o'clock when the house, we saw it look perfectly fine. Mandeville Canyon, exactly, one way in, one way out.
Yep.
And we saw the boots on the ground with the firefighters there, the aircraft, the water drops. And we thought, oh, this isn't going to hit the house. The flames are contained, all is good, until it wasn't. And then on live television, this house burned down. This is obviously footage spectrum,
quickly,
and
too.
quickly.
And
It's now
nothing is
reduced to
left.
ash. So
Well,
you're looking at
I
videos.
think a lot of people were saying, why not bring the helicopters in and make
And then
water drops?
finally they did.
And they
it's-
did 2 of them, about 1,000, 1,200 gallons apiece, and it did nothing.
Mhm.
The flames just popped
Whoa.
back up, and that's when they decided, I think, let's just let it burn. We're wasting assets on this.
Resources.
Yeah.
And so if you
Oh
continue to
my
watch this video,
God.
you will see the end result and just how sad it was. You know, to your point, Courtney, you were watching from the makeup room, and it's you from the human side of this, and for the viewers who may be watching who owned this home.
I just
how
think,
heartbreaking.
I just think that probably the homeowner was watching. I don't know if it was our
Oh, could
channel,
you
but I'm
imagine?
sure all
Yeah,
the
just in
channels were on
general.
this home, because when people are evacuated, they especially want to keep up with the news. And
Yeah,
I
they're one
feel
way.
our compassion goes out to you if you're seeing this video and now we're
Look at the
replaying
black
it.
smoke.
I can't imagine the emotion that must be to just witness that.
And one of the problems is that the canyon walls are so steep that you can't get any of the hand crews in there in most cases. So they have to rely on these airdrops
That's who
to
this
come
is,
in.
Dandy?
And as we watch the airdrops on this particular site, it didn't do much. So I think they're just going to concentrate
God
on getting the
almighty.
brush out and making sure they can get a line in between the homes and the canyon wall.
And saving lives first,
Exactly.
property second.
Yeah.
You talk about those resources and how, you know, Kai, go back to what you were saying about the fingers and the way in which the
Yeah, I've got a
topography of
wood
this
stove,
area and the fire
and it's
comes through. You
nice.
don't
I
know.
haven't
The
used
wind
it.
will be going east and then
And
suddenly
then
it'll be
poof,
going
watch
west.
this.
That was again from earlier.
Yeah, this
One
is-
of the drops you were referring
And it
to.
smothers the house. And then as soon as the smoke clears,
There it
you can see
goes.
that it just didn't do any good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like it is effective, but it is not effective.
It turns to steam almost
Yeah, it does.
immediately.
And also, these crews have been making these huge, like bulldozing fire lines, cutting it, and but that does nothing
Well,
if the ember casts fly.
Well,
over it.
it does help. It helps
It does
tremendously
too.
especially up in Mulholland. That is a long time fire break, if you will. And there are little areas
Oh,
all
their efforts.
through the Santa Monica Mountains where firefighters and fire crews camp out. They do
Watch
a lot of
this.
drilling up there. They practice
There it
constantly
goes
up in
again.
those areas, all the way towards Topanga Canyon near Eagle Rock. They're constantly cleaning out those areas and getting the brush away. But you know, there's a lot of, unfortunately, residences now in these particular areas that are backed up against Mulholland at the corner of Sepulveda Boulevard and the 405. You've got Mount St. Mary's, which is now being threatened. You've got the Skirball Center. There's Berkeley Hall School. There's also the Merman School. So there's a lot of, you know, really big schools and important structures that are up in these areas. And you know that there are crews that are at the ready.
Okay, we're going to jump over here for a minute.
Little valleys and crevices and bowls in this area. And we're looking at one of those areas right off of that Temescal Fire Road. Could you address, now we're turning from that onshore flow, which came in last night, which pushed the fire to the north, to now the offshore flow.
Oh, is that right,
Momentum
Wendy?
now that we're
Okay.
here in the afternoon hours. And of course, Rich, I also want to
Mine was
address the fact
certified
that
for
tonight
sure.
we're going to go from a wind advisory back to a high wind warning. The red flag warnings will go into effect. Talk to our viewers about
good question.
those issues, if you would.
That's a really good question. I am too big.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, we're certainly only hours away from increased winds that will be coming from the north and just pushing it right back into areas like Brentwood and this and that.
Yeah.
Last night, the big concern was that the fire was being pushed closer and closer to Encino, and that's when we started seeing those evacuation warnings in place. Over here off to the right, that's going to be to the north of the fire. That's all Encino and the Encino Reservoir. So as you mentioned, that wind coming from the Pacific Ocean rushing onshore, and that really shoved the fire farther north. We had been here all week watching this fire, and for about a day, it would take about a day to make its way about a mile. And with that onshore flow, it traveled much quicker than that, all the way up to Dirt Mulholland. There was a time where we thought there's no way it's going to make it to Dirt Mulholland.
Mhm.
There's no way. And then next thing you know, that onshore flow comes and it just rushed right straight towards Dirt Mulholland. And fortunately we had all those water dropping helicopters that were running along the fingers here. So along those trails that I know so many people, including yourself, love to enjoy, biking, hiking along Temescal Canyon and the areas here of Mandeville Fire Road, and that's exactly where this fire has been burning. That's kind of has been giving us a gauge as to how far east and west the fire has burned. So we'll watch a fire, one of the ridge lines. There's, let's see here. Let me give you an example here. So, you got the Sullivan Fire Road here, and then you got the Mandeville Fire Road here. So we've been watching these ridge lines as well as the firefighters over the past couple of days to kind of gauge the progression of the fire and how much it's been fueled or pushed by those winds.
Just there.
And for about a day or so, it was holding pretty steady on that Sullivan Fire Road right there in the center of the screen. And the next thing you know, it just starts rushing further and further to the east. So here we are burning on all sides of the burn area. This on the northwest corner. We just saw the southeast corner in Brentwood burning this morning, and all along the east edge of Mandeville Canyon. And if it manages to make it through that area, then it's going to start making its way towards the 405. And I know they're certainly trying to prevent that.
Right.
Kai.
Yeah.
One before we let you go again,
they're back to having to worry about that 405. And if I remember correctly, they've got an airport out there. So I don't know.
Show you that
I don't like
vantage
that.
point as well. And these firefighters have not let up here either, trying to protect these homes just that back up to this area here. These firefighters have been on this back deck here for hours now with water hose lines, trying to wet the area and make sure those flames don't encroach on this property as well as several other properties, driving all throughout this neighborhood here. All you see up and down the street are fire trucks from all across our country here that have now made it and descended upon this area to help out as well. And so that is the scene here in this community as firefighters actively work to put a stop to these flames. But as I pan the camera, and just in the last 30 seconds of us talking, that smoke has now changed. And you can see is growing, that smoke column in the very back there that is darker lets us know that something is actively burning over there. I do not believe there are any properties located where that stack is right now. However, it is always concerning as these flames try to make its way across the top of this ridge here. And so behind us where these planes are actively coming and going, trying to make drops on this area because it's volatile. It can change at any moment. We were speaking about 30 minutes ago to the fire captain who said, hey, right now things are great as far as the wind, but that could change any minute as well. So we are seeing this fluid situation out here as firefighters work to do everything they can to get folks to make sure that their properties are safe. Most people have heeded those warnings and evacuated. When we first got up to this area, probably around 7 o'clock this morning, we saw a homeowner who had a water hose in his hand, and he was just actively trying to spray down his neighbors' houses, tears in his eyes as he was talking to me, saying that, he was scared, didn't know what would happen. But the good news for those folks who are along West Ridge Road, the fire has not reached that area, and firefighters again have actively been able to stop that. Mandeville Canyon Road is the concern again out here right now. And so that is a little bit of the lay of the land and exactly what's happening. But these firefighters on the ground, in the air, doing what they can to make sure that they protect these properties and stop these flames from spreading. You can see them going up and down. I think this is a crew from San Luis Obispo, from Cal Fire, that are now actively along this ridge side right now, doing what they can to protect this area. So that is the latest for now, ladies, and Kai, will send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Omar, we appreciate that. And that view that you're giving us right there shows just how steep the canyon walls are, and the fact that we've got a number of people on the ground, some of those hand crews, Megan, is encouraging as well.
Yeah, and this is just extended version of our newscast here. So I'm getting out of the seat, Rick Chambers in it, and you guys are going to take it from here as viewers continue to watch this morning. And we have the Palisades fire that continues to burn more than 22,000 acres, 11% contained.
Be
Great
safe on
job
your way
this
home.
morning. And if we could just look at that shot right there, just how small the firefighters are on that huge hillside. I mean, it looks like they look like the size of ants. It just shows you what they're having to navigate here. And also we can see just the tough terrain they're having to deal with and what a excruciatingly difficult job it is. So we thank all those firefighters out there that are doing this work for us right now.
Yeah, and you can see that red line to the right of your screen there, the FOS check that was dropped earlier today. But
and to see if there's any connection between them. The task force will be
He doubts that California victims will ever see what they're owed after this disaster. Some Republicans take aim at liberals who run much of California.
It is an epic disaster of mismanagement. What's happened in California is the fault of Gavin Newsom and the legislature there. They don't take care of their forestry management. They don't take care of underbrush.
Other lawmakers say California climate change policies forced insurers to drop fire coverage for homeowners.
It caused the companies to flee the state. And the people that made those policy decisions have to be held accountable too.
But Democrats rebuke criticism of California's leaders.
I think that's all honestly just ridiculous. I think what's most important is that I think our governor is on the ground doing a great job managing the response. I don't think that we should be putting blame on anyone.
Still, some Democrats question the local response.
Why didn't they have water? Is it negligence, or is it just the fact that so many fires were breaking out all over the city in so many different areas that it was being, the system was being pushed to capacity and got overwhelmed?
It'll take months to assess the cost of the fires. Congress must likely foot the bill and boost FEMA during the next round of spending due in mid-March. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. And this is also a post there from FEMA saying, Deanne Criswell saying, I met with Gavin Newsom.
Leaders, everybody, as we continue to go through this crisis, this emergency. Here with us today, Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, Police Chief Jim McDonnell, FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, District Director Julie Klaus of the Small Business Administration, and for all Angelenos, we are hurting, grief, still in shock and angry, and I am too. The devastation that our city has faced. But in spite of the grief, in spite of the anger, in spite of the shock, we have got to stay focused until this time passes, until the fires are out. Now, we need to stay focused, but I will say that when the fires are out, make no mistake, we will have a full accounting of what worked and especially what did not. And I know that this is a top priority of the people that are here behind me and the firefighters and the first responders that are on the front line. There is nothing that I will not do for the city where I was born and raised. And I know that goes for all of us.
Oh, hey,
so let me be
Ruthie,
clear
I
about something.
know.
The fire chief and I are focused on fighting these fires and saving lives. And any differences that we might have will be worked out in private. But right now, our first and most important obligation to Angelenos is to get through this crisis. When the fire is out, there will be time for us to evaluate. But at the same time, we also must begin the recovery effort. And there'll be more to come from that in the next few days. So you saw last night that the fires intensified. The Palisades fire expanded, leading to additional evacuations in Encino and parts of Brentwood. But despite the flare-up, relentless air and ground assaults has led to increased containment of the fire. Emergency shelter is open at the Lanark Regional Recreational Center in Canoga Park. We are updating on lacity.gov with information about assistance and up-to-date evacuations. The Hearst fire is now 76% contained, and the Sunset fire is almost 100% contained. FEMA teams are on the ground providing in-person support, helping Angelenos apply for disaster relief at the Westwood Recreation Center and Richie Valens Park. The Small Business Administration is now offering home disaster loans, business disaster loans, and economic injury disaster loans, which can be applied for at lending.sba.gov. Let me repeat that, lending.sba.gov. And the National Guard is here too, helping relieve our firefighters and secure the perimeter of our evacuation zones, aiding our Los Angeles police officers in having zero tolerance for crime. And let me just say that again, zero tolerance for crime. And so that means if you are bold enough that you are going to go into a fire area and attempt to break in homes or do looting of any type, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. In the grief, in the anger, in the pain that we are going through, the idea that there would be predators out there that would try to take advantage of this situation will not be tolerated. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that your emergency departments are working as hard and as fast as they can for you. We are a city, Los Angeles. We have been through tragedies before. I remember 1992, the civil unrest, when we had to rebuild the city. I remember 1994, the big earthquake. This tragic event will bring us together. We will stay together. We will get through the fires, and then we will rebuild our city, and we will rebuild our city even better. With that, let me introduce our fire chief, Kristen Crowley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is this from this morning?
So good morning, everyone.
Now I'm
Thank you
getting
for being
confused.
here. As Mayor Bass has stated, she and I met yesterday to discuss our shared priorities. Number one, first and foremost, we are both focused on our urgent needs to mitigate these devastating wildfires. Our top priority remains saving lives and protecting property. Second, we are committed to working together on community recovery and rebuilding efforts. Three, we are focused on building an LAFD that reflects the needs of the community we serve and which will prepare us for the many challenges that are ahead of all of us. I will now provide an update on the current fires.
Please.
Palisades fire. Yesterday evening, there was a significant flare-up on the northeastern boundary of the fire, threatening Mandeville and Sullivan Canyon areas. We immediately redeployed resources from the San Fernando Valley to begin evacuation and extinguishment efforts with a relentless air attack utilizing all available aircraft in the area. I can now report that we have increased the fire's containment from 8% to 11% with 3,712 personnel that are assigned to this incident.
Wow.
The fire is now at 22,660 acres with all evacuation orders and warnings. They all remain in place.
No,
The Hearst
didn't get
fire,
fired. Nope,
799 acres, 76% contained. 2 structures were damaged. 305 personnel are assigned to that incident. Sunset fire, halted, and I want to focus on that word, halted and stopped at 42 acres, 100% contained due to the due diligence of our first responders that are out there doing their work. Currently in the mop-up and patrol status and no active threat to the public. Now looking forward, Over the next few days and into the next week, we will be facing another critical weather event.
Ugh.
I want to assure the residents within our incredible city of Los Angeles that
Well
Mayor
said,
Bass,
Dandy.
Chief McDonald, and I are in lockstep together, and that we will utilize every single resource at our disposal to ensure public safety and that we holistically protect Angelenos. Thank you, everyone. And next, I have the honor to introduce Police Chief McDonald.
There we are.
Thank you,
The big
Chief, very
guy.
much. As we navigate this challenging time, our primary focus remains the safety and security of our community. We're committed to protecting lives, safeguarding property, and maintaining order in the areas affected by the fires. Determining the cause of these fires is critical. And to that end, Mayor Bass, Chief Crowley, and I are announcing, in conjunction with our partner agencies, the creation of the Los Angeles Regional Wildfire Investigative Task Force.
Nice.
This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and to see if there's any connection between them. The task force will be made up of, or is made up of, investigators from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, CAL FIRE, the Los Angeles Fire Department Arson Counterterrorism Section, Los Angeles County Fire Department Arson, Los Angeles Police Department Major Crimes Division, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Arson and Explosives. The just announced this morning, or decided this morning, that the ATF will take over as lead agency on that. They have tremendous resources and expertise and can bring in resources from across the country to do their investigation. So we're very thankful for them and their resources. The LAPD remains on tactical alert, and we have dedicated resources to ensure the safety of our law enforcement and city, state, and federal public safety partners. LAPD officers are actively patrolling these areas around the clock. These efforts include enhanced visibility in evacuation zones and neighborhoods where homes and businesses are vacant. We're deploying marked and unmarked vehicles as well as foot patrols to ensure a strong presence and swift response to any issues that arise. LAPD currently has over 600 officers deployed to these areas, with support from Port Police, who provided personnel, and the National Guard, who provided 40 personnel at various posts throughout the Palisades. And we're truly grateful for their support also. We've continued to respond to radio calls with reports of looting, although I'm happy to share that so far none have been
Actually, we're going to move over here, guys.
And finally, to our Los Angeles County residents, please be assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for repopulation of evacuated areas, disaster recovery, and the rebuilding of your homes and your lives.
Oh, look at that.
I would now like to introduce California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Operations Section Chief, Don Fraguglia.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Okay, so quick operational update here for the Eaton fire. Over here, as we start on the right flank in Santa Anita Canyon, things are looking really good across the front country here until we get to about here, and then we're starting to still see quite a bit of heat, quite a bit of work through here in this area. As we come across over here into the Altadena area, I want to just highlight this square box right here is a square mile. So it's a massive, massive area that we're talking about here. That's residential community. It's not wildland. It's a residence, and these are people's houses. So huge Herculean task to get through all this down here. We have a ton of work. It's many days, many weeks of work. Just wanted to highlight that a little bit. As we come through by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, this is looking good. Again, crews engaged, boots on the ground, mopping up. All through the National Forest up here, we continue to make really good progress up there. The weather's in our favor. We're using air tankers. We're using helicopters, all the tools in our toolbox to go get and put this fire out right where you see it right here. So that'll be our goals in the coming days. So thank you very much.
Now we're going to have Los Angeles County Sheriff Commander Tanya E. Plunkett.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take this time to update you on the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's effort in dealing with the Eaton Canyon fire. Currently, in response to the fire, our staffing has increased to approximately 500 personnel. Within the personnel, we have active missions, which include controlling traffic points, of approximately 46 hard closures, and traffic control. We also have roving security to deal with looting and address those issues. And when necessary, respond to welfare requests and at the direction of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you may, as you may be aware that last night we instituted a curfew order, which went into effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and currently, within the evacuation zones. It's important to know that these zones are going to be strictly enforced, and the reasons behind them is to enhance public security and address enhance public safety and address public security concerns. Within the curfew, we're asking everyone to stay clear of the affected zones unless they are authorized personnel or emergency responders. Anyone found in violation of the curfew order will be subject to a misdemeanor crime and subject to $1,000 fine. We understand that this is an extremely stressful and challenging time, but we appreciate the public's cooperation as we work together during the crisis. Since the Eaton Canyon fire commenced, we have a total of, 19 arrests. And of those 19 arrests, 4 were for curfew violations last night. We also had a search and rescue task force that commenced this morning, and that will be until the completion. It will begin daily at 6 a.m. and end at 6 p.m. That search and rescue team, we are working jointly with our partners from Los Angeles County Fire Urban Rescue, the coroner's office, FEMA, OES, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families, most importantly.
Oh, so sad.
These searches will be a part of a grid search, like I mentioned, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. due to safety concerns and our inability to operate during nighttime hours. Unfortunately, we report that we have 8 deaths within the Eaton Canyon fire area that was affected by the fire. And in an effort to deal with the death and the tragedies as a result of this fire, we do have, working with our partners, family assistance centers that are open to provide information to people looking for missing family members. And that location is the Pasadena Civic Center. It will be comprised of OEM, sheriff's deputies, LAPD, Red Cross, the medical examiner, and the Department of Mental Health. On scene, it's important to remember that if you have missing family members, we have 2 personnel on scene to take those missing persons report for the family members and or friends.
Personnel, did I hear that right?
In closing, I'd like to mention that we all know so many people have been impacted by the disaster and need help. If you are in a position to help and support the counties, we would appreciate that. And please contact Emergency Network Los Angeles by visiting www.nlaenla.org. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County Public Health, Dr. Amish Mahajan.
Just unbelievably
Good afternoon. My name is
sad.
Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy Director of LA County Public Health. I'd like to start by thanking the first responders for their heroic efforts and extending our thoughts and prayers to all who have experienced such profound loss with these fires. We in public health are committed to supporting those in need in the months ahead. I'd also like to thank the county supervisors, especially Supervisor Barger, for their extraordinary and thoughtful support of public health and all our county and city partner departments. Yesterday, a local health emergency for LA County was declared by both Secretary Becerra at the federal level and by the county health officer, recognizing the substantial risks to public health due to the impacts of the critical fire events and windstorm conditions.
Keep those
The South
masks
Coast
on.
Air Quality Management has issued a smoke advisory through Saturday, January 11th at 5 p.m. This advisory will surely be extended. We are all experiencing this wildfire smoke, which is a mix of small particles, gases, and water vapors. It's those small particles that get into our noses and throats and cause those sore throats and headaches. But we must also be very careful for those who are at higher risk for bad health effects from wildfire smoke. And those include children, the elderly, those with
I
respiratory and
hope
heart.
everything they say comes to fruition.
More equipment into the area, we can get in. And if the initial crews that were here, out here on these fires for the first 36 hours or so, we can put them into a situation like up here with structure defense, and they're still out on the line, and those fresher crews can come in. Hey, you jump off the side and go start cutting some line, those fresher crews can do that. And then we're able to rotate crews through different positions each shift that they're on, so that way there is recuperation while they're off, but then also not continually just wearing them down while they're on duty.
Absolutely. And looking ahead,
Yes.
that's also something that we're thinking about, the wins that we're talking about for next week and everything. How are you all preparing for that next challenge that might come?
So we still have units coming in from out of state. They're setting up a mobilization area out in Riverside County at the Noble Creek Park. All of the
in your backyard, because once that picks up, you can just push right into the house, and we don't want to see that. Look, it's getting a little more into the bushes there and getting a little closer to the homes. But look behind it. That is Sullivan Fire Road.
Wow. Oh, this is very precarious. Look at that wall of flames coming towards them.
I mean, they're putting out that
Right,
small fire
and,
below, but
Oh, how
right, and that's down in
terrifying.
the valley below it. So those flames right there, they seem to be a couple 100 feet tall.
Okay.
There's actually a trail down there and a fire
Oh.
road that's down the canyon behind there. So those flames are a couple 100 feet. They are just pouring over, getting closer and closer to the homes. I know with our compressed shot, it's kind of hard to show the separation, but
how far is it away from the houses? It really looks close, those larger flames, to the houses on our screen. But what you're saying is maybe there is some more distance than what is perceivable.
White House makes the way for the rapid deployment of federal resources, including emergency personnel and financial assistance. While I was on my walkthrough today, I crossed paths with California Assembly Speaker Rivas, and actually the entire, I think, Assembly family was up in Altadena. I told the Speaker that the state has to be incredibly flexible and streamline all of their processes, and he has promised to work with us. My goal is to help communities rebuild like for like, if not better. But there are state and county requirements that can sometimes add an additional cost to the building process. My ask is that the state and the county work to ensure that we rebuild safely, but we must remove any new costly requirements not related to health and safety that would otherwise make it cost prohibitive for residents to rebuild. Government mandates cannot mean the difference between whether a community can afford to rebuild or not. We need to be extremely responsive to the individual needs of thousands of residents who are going to have to navigate this incredibly difficult process. Our community's resilience has always been inspirational, and it will be our guiding light as we move forward together. I understand that many of our residents are looking and thinking rebuilding is not just a priority, it is an urgent need. I've talked to people who know their home is gone and they want to begin today. I will make sure that the county works quickly to eliminate unnecessary red tape, ensuring permits are approved safely and swiftly so that reconstruction can begin as soon as possible. Again, my priority is to ensure that government becomes a facilitator, not an obstacle as we move toward recovery. I will also prioritize creating one-stop service centers where all relevant departments are available in one place in real time to answer your questions, provide guidance, and support your rebuilding efforts. This will be designed with one goal: to make the recovery process as seamless and supportive as possible, and to make sure those resources are right there in the community where you are rebuilding. We're here to help, and we will continue to be here during every part of the process. With that, I'd like to bring up Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So good afternoon. The Eaton Fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 15% containment. Over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and 2,832 firefighting personnel are assigned to the Eaton Fire. Elevated critical fire weather conditions are predicted to begin this evening and continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds will affect Los Angeles County today and tomorrow, and again Monday through Wednesday. The Los Angeles County Fire Department will be prepared. These winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County high. Please understand that the inevitable public safety power shutoffs that will be implemented prior to this life-threatening Santa Ana wind event are crucial to preventing new fire starts, and that they help save lives. Yes, they're a challenge to deal with.
I am worried about these winds,
than
guys.
having another fire start. I would like to express my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for their leadership and unwavering support of our residents, my fire department personnel, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires in the air and on the ground, we commend you for your relentless and fearless dedication
Absolutely.
in protecting residents throughout this great county.
Absolutely.
And finally, to our Los Angeles County residents, please be assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for repopulation of evacuated areas, disaster recovery, and the rebuilding of your homes and your lives. I would now like to introduce California Interagency Incident Management Team 5,
What do you guys think?
Operations
Guys?
Section Chief, Don Fraguglia.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Okay, so quick operational update here for the Eaton Fire. Over here, as we start on the right flank in Santa Anita Canyon, things are looking really good across the front country here until we get to about here, and then we're starting to still see quite a bit of heat, quite a bit of work through here in this area. As we come across over here into the Altadena area, I want to just highlight this square box right here is a square mile. So it's a massive, massive area that we're talking about here. That's residential community. It's not wildland. It's a residence, and these are people's houses. So huge Herculean task to get through all this down here. We have a ton of work. It's many days, many weeks of work. Just wanted to highlight that a little bit. As we come through by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, this is looking good. Again, crews engaged, boots on the ground, mopping up. All through the National Forest up here, we continue to make really good progress up there. The weather's in our favor. We're using air tankers, we're using helicopters, all the tools in our toolbox to go get and put this fire out right where you see it right here. So that'll be our goals in the coming days. So thank you very much.
This cannot continue. It cannot continue. Jesus.
Now we're going to have Los Angeles County Sheriff Commander Tanya E. Plunkett.
Good afternoon.
My
I'd like
chinchilla's
to
running
take this
across the
time to
desk.
update you on the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's effort in dealing with the Eaton Canyon fire. Currently, in response to the fire, our staffing has increased to approximately 500 personnel. Within the personnel, we have active missions, which include controlling traffic points, of approximately 46 hard closures, and traffic control. We also have roving security to deal with looting and address those issues. And when necessary, respond to welfare requests and at the direction of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you may, as you may be aware that last night we instituted a curfew order, which went into effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and currently, within the evacuation zones. It's important to know that these zones are going to be strictly enforced, and the reasons behind them is to enhance public security and address enhance public safety and address public security concerns. Within the curfew, we're asking everyone to stay clear of the affected zones unless they are authorized personnel or emergency responders. Anyone found in violation of the curfew order will be subject to a misdemeanor crime and subject to $1,000 fine. We understand that this is an extremely stressful and challenging time, but we appreciate the public's cooperation as we work together during the crisis. Since the Eaton Canyon fire commenced, we have a total of, 19 arrests. And of those 19 arrests, 4 were for curfew violations last night. We also had a search and rescue task force that commenced this morning, and that will be until the completion. It will begin daily at 6 a.m. and end at 6 p.m. That search and rescue team, we are working jointly with our partners from Los Angeles County Fire Urban Rescue, the coroner's office, FEMA, OES, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families, most importantly. These searches will be a part of a grid search, like I mentioned, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. due to safety concerns and our inability to operate during nighttime hours. Unfortunately, we report that we have 8 deaths within the Eaton Canyon fire area that was affected by the fire. And in an effort to deal with the death and the tragedies as a result of this fire, we do have, working with our partners, family assistance centers that are open to provide information to people looking for missing family members. And that location is the Pasadena Civic Center. It will be comprised of OEM, sheriff's deputies, LAPD, Red Cross, the medical examiner, and the Department of Mental Health. On scene, it's important to remember that if you have missing family members, we have 2 personnel on scene to take those missing persons report for the family members and or friends. In closing, I'd like to mention that we all know so many people have been impacted by the disaster and need help. If you are in a position to help and support the counties, we would appreciate that. And please contact Emergency Network Los Angeles by visiting www.nlaenla.org. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County Public Health Dr. Amish
And then
Mahajan.
hang on here. Did you notice back there? And then just that one green, let's go back a second. Look at that. Maybe I didn't go far enough.
Assistance centers that are open to provide information to people looking for missing family members in that location is the Pasadena Civic Center. It will be comprised of OEM, sheriff.
Did you guys see that yard? Look at this yard.
We do have working with our partners,
How
family
random.
assistance centers that are open to provide information to people looking for missing family members. And that location is
I'll
the
show it in a second here.
Pasadena Civic Center.
Look at that yard. Look at that house. Mother Nature, I tell you what, I won't mess with you.
It will be comprised of OEM, sheriff's deputies, LAPD, Red Cross, the medical examiner, and the Department of Mental Health. On scene, it's important to remember that if you have missing family members, we have 2 personnel on scene to take those missing persons report for the family members and or friends. In closing, I'd like to mention that we all know so many people have been impacted by the disaster and need help. If you are in a position to help and support the counties, we would appreciate that. And please contact Emergency Network.
There is a lot of money there. And then I missed the number. Okay.
Missing family members, we have 2 personnel on scene to take those missing persons report for the family members and or friends.
Billionaires.
In closing, I'd like to mention that we all know so many people have been impacted by the disaster and need help. If you are in a position to help and support the counties, we would appreciate that. And please contact Emergency Network Los Angeles by visiting www.nlaenla.org. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County Public Health, Dr. Amish Mahajan.
It's only 15% contained, guys. Tonight.
Good afternoon. My name is Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy Director of LA County Public Health. I'd like to start by thanking the first responders for their heroic efforts and extending our thoughts and prayers to all who have experienced such profound loss.
I agree,
with these
Wendy.
fires. We in public health are committed to supporting those in need.
Survivor's
in the months
guilt
ahead.
is a thing.
I'd also like to thank the county supervisors, especially Supervisor Barger, for their extraordinary and thoughtful support of public health and all our county and city partner departments. Yesterday, a local health emergency for LA County was declared by both Secretary Becerra at the federal level and by the county health officer, recognizing the substantial risks to public health due to the impacts of the critical fire events and windstorm conditions. The South Coast Air Quality Management has issued a smoke advisory through Saturday, January 11th at 5 p.m. This advisory will surely be extended. We are all experiencing this wildfire smoke, which is a mix of small particles, gases, and water vapors. It's those small particles that get into our noses and throats and cause those sore throats and headaches. But we must also be very careful for those who are at higher risk for bad health effects from wildfire smoke. And those include children, the elderly, those with respiratory and heart conditions, and people with immunocompromised states. They may have worse symptoms like shortness of breath, wheezing, cough, and chest pain. Everyone in the areas where there's visible smoke or the smell of smoke, and even where you don't see that, we know that the air quality is poor, so you should limit outdoor exposure as much as possible.
Animals
Do
included.
not engage in outdoor physical activity. If you must be outside, wear an N95 or a P100 mask. These are high filtration masks that take out those small particles that get into your body. Keeping indoor air as clean as possible is also important. Keep your windows shut. If you have an air conditioning that can pull air from the outside, that can recirculate air, you can use that. If you have a HEPA air filter or HEPA air purifier, that will help too. All of us are at risk with the poor air quality right now, but some of us in LA County are at even greater risk.
As none
For
of them
example,
are
if
wearing
it's part
masks.
of your job to work outside, it's important that you wear an N95 or a P100 mask. In these situations,
why are they not wearing masks?
To provide it to you free of charge. The LA County Department of Public Health is offering N95 masks through the interim housing sites, shelters, and street teams to LA residents who are experiencing homelessness and living outdoors, and to those persons who are evacuated from where they usually live and staying in temporary shelters. Family assistance centers will also offer respiratory masks to residents who are returning to fire zone areas as they clean up the fire damage. The County of Los Angeles and our partners are also working to distribute over 5,000 HEPA air purifiers to senior centers, nursing homes, and other facilities where individuals are at the highest risk of residing in the worst air quality. Finally, if you experience severe symptoms like coughing, shortness of breath, wheezing, chest pain, palpitations, nausea, please contact your doctor or medical provider or go to an urgent care. For life-threatening symptoms, please call 911. I want to finish by noting that we understand this is a very difficult time for those who are evacuated, and we have a lot of folks who want to get back to their homes and to their neighborhoods. But we want to ask folks not to return home until you're told that it's safe to do so. There is a lot of toxins left over.
We're going to take a look over here. Give me a second to find it.
And take advantage of people who have either lost their homes or have evacuated their homes and left valuables and things behind inside those homes. And of course, we have been talking about the public health aspect of this, all the small particles in the air.
We have
over
been.
Los
We
Angeles,
just got
and
lessened.
I do think it is important.
Now, that was very dramatic footage from earlier today when that house was reduced to ash.
Yeah.
And right now, what is the temperature out there?
Well, right now, things have calmed down for the moment. Firefighters really getting a handle on the flames from our vantage point where we're located, which the home that you all were just speaking about, located on Mary Mack and Mandeville Canyon Road, is just on the other side of this white smoke that you see. But these firefighters on the ground right here, they are really making some active progress in trying to stop these flames, along with the retardant that you're looking at from a drop that just happened about 30 minutes ago. And so what we can tell you is that these firefighters have chainsaws in their hands. They are actively cutting back this brush, trying to make progress and stop these flames from right here. And so there are several homes located right here in this canyon, along these ridges at the bottom of the canyon as well. And so that is really the concern here, is actively trying to get inside of this area. You know, it took a little bit for firefighters to try to coordinate getting inside of the canyon because it is such steep terrain.
Don't eat the blueberries.
But they figured it out. They got inside here with their drills and chainsaws, trying to cut back this brush. And it seems to be making some progress here in this area, which is the good news, as they try to protect those homes located just at the bottom of this hillside here on Mandeville Canyon Road. And so that is the main concern right now in this area where we're located, is trying to stop those flames.
Hello, Ruthie's husband.
As well, the white smoke is a good sign that the active flames are out, but that darker smoke that you see there in the distance, that is the more menacing fire that is happening right now as well. So we see flames shooting up on that hillside also every now and then, but here closest to us, they are making some good progress as far as stopping these flames from reaching Mandeville Canyon Road. These houses located all up and down here. Where we're located is just on West Ridge Road in Cordelia. We can pan the camera and show you that vantage point as well. And these firefighters have not let up here either, trying to protect these homes just that back up to this area here. These firefighters have been on this back deck here for hours now with water hose lines, trying to wet the area and make sure those flames don't encroach on this property as well as several other properties, driving all throughout this neighborhood.
I think we
here.
seen some of this earlier.
All you see up and down the street are fire.
I want to take a look. Let's see here. I think this might. Oh, no noise, no sound. Are they going to drop? Yeah, no sound. Oh, this is scary, right? Moving towards
something is actively burning over there. I do not believe there are any properties located where that stack is right now. However, it is always concerning as these flames try to make its way across the top of this ridge here. And so behind us where these planes are actively coming and going,
Yeah,
trying to
I'm
make
looking
drops
forward
on
to
this
getting
area
one of the
because
choppers up again.
it's volatile. It can change at any moment. We were speaking.
Ooh, look at that. Look at that.
Homes with this kind of brush pretty much up to the backyard, and they were aggressively fighting that, trying to save those
That's the
homes.
one we were just looking at.
However, one, possibly two, but we are
Look at
certain
that.
of one home did not make it. We have some video from Cal. Let's go to that right now. This is the first structure that was reported as being attacked by this vicious
Look at
fire that is gone. Now, here's the
Wow.
good news. Firefighters were able to contain it to that home. It did not spread. That's what we're trying to see, and that's why we're seeing such an aggressive air assault in this area. Again, this
Yes.
Palisades fire is the largest of all the fires burning. 22,000 acres today. Yesterday, I stood here in front of the same
Look at
exact camera
that.
and said 11,000, 13,000. So certainly it has picked up. I will tell you what I think is another. Jamie, just go ahead on those flames for a while so we can take a look at above those rooftops. I will tell you something else that I think is of major concern. Actually, I don't think it's of major concern. I know it is. This is what they're talking about, and that is the winds. Again,
I'm
by way of
nervous.
review, when
I'm
all of this
nervous.
kicked up on Tuesday and Thursday, the Santa Anas were gusting at hurricane force mile per hour winds at 100 miles per hour. Last night, fire officials said, we're happy to say it looks like we'll get a relief. The winds have died down. Well, then later this later this afternoon, I'm sorry, not so much. The winds have certainly picked up. Again, as I've been saying all morning, I'm not going to claim to be a meteorologist, but perhaps your weather folks can fill us in a little more on where we are. But I'm going to say the gusts have got to be 30, sometimes 35 miles per hour, at least on the top of the canyon where we're standing. If I can show you one more thing. Okay, so you're looking at Damien, you're on those flames right now. All right. If we can swing around, again, important to talk about the threat here, because I know as I'm standing on the edge of this canyon, it looks like he's in the middle of nowhere. That certainly is not the case, because as we pan behind me, all homes behind me going all the way down this hillside, and then of course on that side, Mandeville Canyon. So even though, all of this area looks barren, for lack of a better word, it isn't. And guys, as I'm talking to you, again, just to show you the fluidity of the situation, Damien, look down here. Look what happened to that fire you just looked at live about 120 seconds ago. Can you see how it's growing? And look at that wind just throwing those flames around. Now, of course, the wind spreading these flames so quickly is problem enough. But if an ember is picked up in that wind and carried in whichever direction, certainly toward a home, potentially even landing on the rooftop of a home, that's when the big problems start in terms of losing homes, loss of life, total destruction of neighborhoods. So you may have a lens flare. The sun is certainly shining and coming out right now. Again, kind of heating up things a bit, not always a good thing. But just as I turn around,
I'm nervous for
leave you
tonight.
with this.
I am.
I'm trying to illustrate the unpredictability that our firefighters have to deal with. Remember the blaze that was happening over there? Barely nothing now, probably because of the massive, intense air assault that's happening here. This blaze over here that was barely nothing when we started, now that is becoming its own type of raging inferno. So a serious kudos to the people who are calling the shots in the command center, because moment by moment, they have to say, now think about this, moment by moment, they have to say, we have wires and homes over here with raging flames. Let's get an aircraft there. Wait a minute. Now we have to get one over there. I'm going to show you one other thing. I'm sorry. I keep saying that. I know. Damien, if you can get this plane up in the sky. Again, talking about the massive air assaults going on and the type of aircraft we're seeing. Now, as you can see, that is a jetliner that is most likely carrying fire retardant. So in addition to these water drops to put out the flames, these types of airliners, and when you see them, it's an
They are
incredible scene of
supposed
this
to.
pinkish
Yes.
orange just drop for I don't know, I'm going to say miles at a time to try to stop the fire from spreading.
They're
So
amazing.
that's what
They're
that type of
amazing.
aircraft is doing. But certainly, as we go back in the studio, I
Okay.
want to tell you that
I'm going over here while he goes back to the studio. Let me get you some volume.
This is Mandeville Canyon. It's a home in Mandeville Canyon. So the first home in Mandeville Canyon is burning. It's the 3300 block of Mandeville Canyon Road.
No. Oh, no.
Copy.
So that's 2 today.
Oh my goodness. Yep, it's going up.
That's 2.
Marcel.
Oh, makes me feel ill, y'all. So they'll have to squish that. I didn't notice. Is there more around there? More homes? And then we have to start with, as soon as that wind picks up, the embers start flying. Lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy. Oh my God. Look at that. So where's that? Oh, there we go. Oh, yipes. It is so sad. Okay. Okay. Out. Good job, mister. Good job. And then steam. Gotta like that. Oh, I know, right? Agreed. Agreed.
Copy. Thank you.
Oh, you're okay.
I think it went. I got it.
See all that black smoke again? No good. No good.
I got a small HD up here.
You see, it's already like a little spot fire over there already. And I mean, remember what it looked like?
See, sometimes it doesn't work though.
That's add wind. Add wind.
There we go. With just your phone?
Yeah, there's the add wind. So I'm sure they'll get on it right away. Unreal. I think this is number 2. This is from Palisades yesterday, I think. More Palisades. Remember when they munched all the cars together?
It's a good ways.
Okay, we want that clear white steamy smoke.
I mean, yeah. I mean, once it gets on this side of Mandeville Canyon,
yeah,
if you get the wind, it could shoot down that way,
they employ a lot of people.
and then you get Getty down there. That's scary.
Yes, that's scary. That
How long you on till, Tyler?
They need to get on. They need to get on it.
Are they doing downlink, Marcel? Are they doing downlink? The other ship? Oh, okay.
downlink.
Was there a reporter too?
Oh, I hope they head for this one soon. Couple guys there on the bottom right. 1, 2, 3, maybe.
Oh no.
Oh my word. I will probably be streaming. I'm sure this is going to be going on tomorrow. So I'll probably be streaming from the crime den. So don't forget to sub up and do all the things.
We're still a good ways from the 405. It still has to get through Mountain Gate. It has to get through Mandeville Canyon, get up slope, which I think it can do, but then it has one more canyon to get through, and then it can come down towards the 405. So I think we're a number of hours away if they even let it get that far.
Downlink is how aircraft communicate with the ground. Oh, okay. Sending signals up to the satellite, then back down to the ground. Thanks, Wendy. That's awesome. I have no idea. Like I say, I'm always concerned about that dark and gray and black, all that stuff. No good, no good. It looked better earlier, I think. But every time one of these, look at all the black crap that comes out of that fire. They need a water drop. Bring in a water drop.
What do you think, Tyler? Like 20, 15 more minutes? 2-0, 20 more minutes.
Are they talking about fuel they can go on?
Yeah, that's. Are we doing a second, Marcel? Oh.
Maybe they're just going to let this one go. I mean, I would think they would be concerned about the shrubbery around it, but I don't know. I've got a lot of family members that are firefighters. But guarantee, I mean, we haven't seen anything like this in Canada. Absolutely not. Not me. I was not I took my, the beginning of forest fire introduction, and it was.
They're preparing to do another drop in the area of fire retardant, probably not on the home like we saw those helicopters do, but they are working to continue to create a line around this fire. Right there on that ridge that leads to Mulholland Drive. That's where all of that Phos-Chek and all of that fire retardant is at this point, and that is the stand that fire crews are making on the north and the northeast side of this fire. But the big focus right now, you could see those homes there. We'll try and find out where those are exactly, but those homes are already covered in fire retardant, which is kind of a thankful sight to see at this point. As you see that fire helic right there, that's going to be from Ventura County Fire. So they are in the area. You have a lot of assets from all over the place, all over Southern California, coming in to the area to help with the fire efforts. And they are giving our local fire crews from LA County Fire and LA City Fire, they're giving them a little bit of a break right now so they can recover, they can do maintenance on their helicopters, and they can rest their crews. So all of these crews from different parts of Southern California and different parts of the southwestern United States are now in the area here helping with this firefighting effort now as the fire creeps slowly.
I think maybe that's the area that they're putting this perimeter around. I think. So it doesn't cross and go down. Because, yeah, we're not hearing anything about Brentwood again.
Screen near the address of 3300 Mandeville Canyon Road. Mark and Irene.
It blows me away what we are seeing. Nice, Wendy. I understand that.
Copy that.
A little scary. He'll be good, though. He'll be fine. Yeah, I understand that. In TO? I know it is. Okay, in TO, is that where? It is. He will be fine, Mama. Do you remember how black the sky was last
Yeah,
night?
you can see the 405 freeway at the bottom of your screen. It is still a bit, a good distance away from where the flames are. The flames would still have to cross Mandeville Canyon and go through the Mountain Gate community, which is definitely what fire crews are going to do everything in their power to prevent.
Right.
We may see little fingers of this fire kind of get close to maybe this side of the Mountain Gate community. But I don't foresee an impact to the 405 freeway, at least in these early morning hours. Once the winds pick up a little bit later on, you can't really predict anything after that. So that will be a concern then. If you have to use the 405 right now, I think you should be fine. I don't even see any traffic down there that's too bad at this point. When we were on that wide shot, you could see this, this giant plume of smoke that this fire is still putting up as you see another air tanker prepare to make another fire retardant drop there through the center of your screen. But all of this smoke that the fire is putting up is moving to the south, the southwest. Unfortunately, it's moving over, the Pacific Palisades community that's already been, it doesn't need anything else to worry about, let alone air quality issues. A little bit over Santa Monica as well. So if you're in the Santa Monica area, beautiful
nice.
drop there, by the way, by that air tanker, pretty much putting a line of fire retardant right in between those flames and the homes in the Mandeville Canyon community. And that is what I was hoping to see here shortly. You have the helicopters making individual water drops, but these long lines of fire retardant, that is what is going to hopefully help slow down this fire and hopefully prevent it, as it's creeping down the hill, which is what it will do in these circumstances as it's going downhill. And hopefully that, because of the slower rate of spread that the fire is moving at right now, hopefully that gives fire crews enough time to bring in more water drops, more fire retardant drops, and really put a lineup defense on the upper slopes of Mandeville Canyon, even though unfortunately we do have that one home lost so far at 3300 in the vicinity of 3300 Mandeville Canyon Road. I don't want to give an exact street number because I can't confirm that, to be honest, from this altitude. We're still at about 7,000 feet, so we're above this layer of smoke right now. What this layer of smoke can tell us is that there isn't a lot of wind, but there is a push. We're beginning to see that push from the north to the south, and we're seeing that smoke be pushed to the south and to the southwest offshore. So that's where that's the overall trend of wind right now. So, not good news for the folks in Brentwood. Even though fire crews are in those areas, they have structure protection in those areas, and they're going to do everything in their power, as we've said, to prevent any further spread of this fire into homes that have defensible space that are able to be defended. Unfortunately, that home there on the right side of your screen, it didn't appear to have any defensible space, really, and that is why that's why I believe we saw fire crews, once they saw it go up, they knew that there was nothing else they could really do except for prevent further spread from the home to the brush. And we're seeing a little bit of these flare-ups as the fire continues to creep down the hill towards Mandeville Canyon. But again, the good news is it has to go down before it comes back up, and it will move slowly down. There isn't a wind component right now that is pushing the fire downslope towards Mandeville Canyon. It's just a lot of fire, and it's a long line of fire. The fire line right now runs from the top of the Santa Monica Mountain slope, pretty much right on Old Mulholland Drive, the dirt road. That's the far north end of the fire that has active flames right now, and this is running all the way down to the kind of about halfway down Mandeville Canyon Road. I know Josh Haskell was on earlier talking about how Mandeville Canyon is the longest dead-end road in the city of LA, I believe was the stat that he mentioned, and the fire line runs about halfway down Mandeville Canyon. So that just paints a picture of just how much of an active fire crews are working on right now, and they're throwing everything they have at this. They have the crews on the ground.
That is impressive to me. Like, wow. Awesome pilots. You have to be something in order to be able to do this. Look at it. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm a little nervous about tonight as things pick up, and then through the morning hours. It's just, oh my God. Yeah, they pretty much, I'm a tall one these days, and I'm not very tall. But the younger generation, they're tall. Oh, how terrifying. Like these houses, right? Did we ever find out where the one was? It is amazing how accurate the drops are, Wendy. You're right.
We did see the one that isn't being used. It's still at Van Nuys Airport. It is parked there. The FAA is doing an investigation. They are inspecting the aircraft. So one Super Scooper is indeed off limits. The other Super Scooper I haven't seen up in the area personally. We're going to try and effort details on where that one went. It was not at Van Nuys Airport, so I don't know if it went to another airport for service or anything like that. But they've been working the past few days, so it wouldn't be out of the.
Isn't that what one of the drones hit? Was that great big helicopter?
That could be the situation with that other Super Scooper that was not damaged by that drone strike earlier this week. But we do know that one of them still on the tarmac at Van Nuys Airport, right where Air 7 is based, and still grounded for now. So one Super Scooper out of commission right now. The other Super Scooper, we're going to find out where that is and find out if that's going to be available to help with this firefight today.
It would be nice to have them.
Amazing.
It is amazing. That flag's still just a whipping in the wind. That's just amazing to me just to see that. Hey? Get that house, boys and girls.
Yeah, the house is still burning, and there's a lot of smoke that those water drops are creating. So we might even lose the home behind the smoke, but you could still see those really hot flames right there in the center of your screen. The porch that those water drops really hit.
Oh.
Operations all night last night. So just to give you some semblance of how serious this is. They woke that crew up, got a new crew, got it staffed, and got it out here immediately because we're dealing with that serious of a situation here where we need immediate resources. We need them right now because, as you can see, that small spot fire we were looking at earlier, here it is. It's starting to establish itself a little bit just alongside of these structures here. And it very well, you'll probably see the next drop will probably be on the spot if it begins to take hold.
Okay, guys, not sure what this is all about. Jesus criminy. Alrighty. I'll see you guys very soon. Oh my God.